Peace and welcome to the Temple of Hip Hop. I am KRS-ONE and welcome to another session. Every Sunday we get down just like this. We start at 12 o'clock. We're a couple of minutes late today because I was going to play a video. Actually, I was going to play a couple of videos, but I looked at the lesson plan today and we got a lot of reading to do today. So you guys get your pens and pads out. Or just get your memory together, because what we're talking about today is the teacher, the hip hop teacher, and excuse me, we're talking about this in the sense of, well, there's several things. First of all, one is that we're opening our temple of hip hop. Right now it's open now, but we're renovating the actual space. You know, we're now located in Newark, New Jersey at 55 Ludlow Street in the Weekway section of Newark. And we are so happy and proud to be there in the community. The community is happy for us as well, and we're rising with the community of Newark there. I mention that because we're training teachers. Right now, we're training actual hip hop's first teachers. I say this respectful, though, of course, of everyone who teaches hip hop in some fashion, some kind of way. There's a lot of people who, claim the title of hip hop teacher, hip hop scholar, hip hop professors, and so on. And universities, learning institutions of all sorts are holding hip hop courses. You see master classes out there as well. People are doing what they can to promote and propagate the idea of hip hop as a teachable subject. But what we want to talk about here today is the protection of that subject, meaning that we have to get a few things straight, meaning that if you're going to be a hip hop teacher, you're going to have to follow truth, facts, and evidence. And what we're noticing is that a lot of people who are claiming to be hip hop teachers are not following the facts or following the truth or following the evidence. And that's basically because most of the people who are saying, I'm a hip hop teacher, they're just saying that because they can. They're just saying that to, bring some money to themselves or whatever it is, prestige, money, whatever it is, title, to themselves. But real hip hop teachers are going to have to get concerned with real hip hop teaching and the protection of that kind of teaching. Now, you've heard me say a few times already that, those that study with us, you've heard my rant about these universities and other learning institutions that teach hip hop. They derive their authority to teach hip hop out of thin air. Just, and these are major universities that understand ideas like precedence and tradition, heritage, these kinds of words when you're teaching a culture, when you're attempting, or you say, I got a course on hip hop. What is your course about? Major universities are teaching basically the biographies of top selling rappers and DJs. That's their hip hop course. And I say that respectfully, I'm not dissing nobody's course. But when you are the teacher of hip hop, and you're offered these mediocre courses, it does tickle you. It does get ticklish. When you say, really, seriously, this is what you're offering as a hip hop course? This is what you think a master class is? And so without dissing anybody, of course, or being, whatever I can be in my own egotistical self, without being all of that, we just need to have a firm conversation on what a hip hop teacher is and also who the hip hop teacher is. Now, I'll spend 2 minutes on that part right there. Now, we all know that in hip hop's real history, KRS-One is hip hop's first official teacher. Some may be angry about that. Some may be jealous of the fact. Some may fear it. But the truth remains, in hip hop's actual history, the first self-proclaimed teacher of this culture is KRS-One. This is how I came into the industry. You remember, people were kings, queens, this and that, gangsters, whatever it was. You know, people were taking monikers onto themselves to add to their name, grandmaster, this and that. So I said, I'm the teacher. And this was unheard of when I first said it. That's why I said it. I wanted to distinguish myself. I wanted to bring something to hip hop that was not there before. So I came out as the teacher. Now, of course, others jumped on and were teachers as well. And I'm not, you know, like in rhyme, people would say, I'm a teacher, or I'm a principal, or I took a test to become an MC. You know, like these kinds of things. We used to always say this at UTFO, even had an educated rapper. The educated rapper. They used to have their thing. We was always interested, or a small portion of us, I should say, was always interested in the educational or intellectual aspect of hip hop. But it was not something that you made your rap career on. This was really a street, a hip hop cultural title. We're going to read about this. We're going to read about this today, or talk about this today. But I mentioned this because there's a protection that needs to happen with the hip hop teaching profession. There is a seriousness that we need to approach the hip hop teaching profession with, which is why I'm saying, you know, a lot of these people claiming to be hip hop scholars or professors, respectfully, they're just giving themselves this title with no authorization, no accreditation, haven't been taught by anybody, and they're just saying that they are. This is not good for hip hop. It has nothing to do with me or them. It has to do with hip hop. And if you're serious about the preservation and further development of hip hop's culture, this is a topic that needs to be discussed. So, last part on this before I start. This is also why your membership with the Temple of Hip Hop is so important. Because as you will learn, you're learning from an original source. And not just an original source, meaning KRS-One, but the Temple of Hip Hop as an institution. The membership of the Temple of Hip Hop as an institution is hip hop's actual pioneers, founders, artists, activists, its icons. Separate from KRS-One as a hip hop, as an original hip hop teaching source, the Temple of Hip Hop as an institution also boasts a membership that includes pretty much all the pioneers, claim allegiance, direct membership, or are in support of the Temple of Hip Hop. That's something I'm really proud of that, really. And I'm proud of that because not many hip hop organizations can claim that. And neither could I. When I first said Temple of Hip Hop, the pioneers weren't with it. Let's be real about that. When I first said Temple of Hip Hop, dudes was like, what the hell is that? You trying to start a religion in hip hop? You trying to put rules down? You trying to be better than us? All of that is what we got. But over time, consistently teaching our culture, rap is something we do. Hip hop is something we live. We are not just doing hip hop. We are hip hop. The I am hip hop philosophy, the gospel of hip hop, and now the temple of hip hop at 55 Ludlow Street in Newark, New Jersey. With consistent work, our pioneers began to see, and so many others began to see, yo, this is no joke what KRS is talking about over here. This might be the preservation of our actual culture. This might be the actual preservation of the culture, the plan, the master plan that we have been looking for. Let me reach over here. I'm gonna plug this in real quick. Just plug this in so I can make sure I don't cut off while we talking. But we're gonna talk about, like I said, today's lesson is pretty long, but not pretty long. It's our regular lesson. But we're gonna go with a couple of hours with this because it's important that we also teach this and put this into the record for those who want to go back and look at it again. What we're talking about is the hip hop teaching profession and the protection of it, that it does not get exploited like hip hop's music. Well, they attempted to exploit hip hop's music like that. We started rapping, yo, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And here comes everybody saying, I'm a rapper. Just because I saw you rap, I'm going to say I'm a rapper. Just like that. I saw you break, so I'm a breaker. I saw, nobody joined no Rocksteady crew. Nobody joined no LA Breakers. Nobody joined nothing. No, it's just, I want to take your place. That's the attitude that hip hop's originators had to first endure for hip hop to even be what it is today. Keep in mind, you have to ask yourself, am I a thief of the culture, an imitator of the culture, or am I the culture itself? And the difference is that we all are inspired by each other. We all see and look at each other and say, yo, I could do that, or I ain't gonna do that, or I could do that better, or man, I'll never get to that level. Whatever it is, you're being influenced by the people around you. The difference is when you know, yo, the first time I heard a dude rap on the mic, it was Melly Mel. So now when I'm rapping on the mic and somebody asks me, yo, how did you start? First thing out my mouth is Melly Mel. Or is it Grandmaster Caz? Is it Kumo D? Is it Coke Rock? And that's just MCs. DJ wise, who are you? Who did you see first to inspire you to do what you're doing? Some will say, I watched television and I saw videos. And that's how I started rapping because I saw something on the video and inspired me to do that. So you have to include that in your biography as to how you became who you are and what artists those were. Now, most people do this. Most serious artists have an artist they reach back for because we all know that we're all being influenced by each other. But every once in a while, in a culture, in a movement, even in a music genre, an originator pops up. Something that you've never seen before, never heard before, starts. And we all look at it and say, whoa, that's something new. And most of us just say that's something new, but some of us say, I'm going to adopt that newness for myself. This is where we come to the teaching of hip hop. This is where we come to the teaching of hip hop. Because in hip hop's real history, KRS-ONE is the first master teacher. This is the protection of the culture. This is not for me to say, like in some rhyme, I'm the first one to teach. That's stupid. Makes no sense. But for the protection of our culture, KRS-ONE is hip hop's first master teacher. Now there's no corporation, no other culture, nobody can say with evidence and with fact and with proof that they are hip hop's first teacher. You can't say it. Now, with that protection, that means that all hip hop teachers should be, if you're serious about your teaching, You should be accredited and ordained by hip hop's first master teacher if you claim to be a teacher yourself. You know you are not the first hip hop teacher. You know this. You know you're not the first hip hop scholar. You know this. You know you're not the first hip hop philosopher. You know this. But you also know that KRS-One is. So those teachers that avoid KRS-One and avoid the institution that he set forth for the protection of the hip hop teaching profession, there you could see where the thieves of the culture are. There you can see who's exploiting the teaching of hip hop versus who are serious about it. If you're a serious philosopher, you're going to quote Solon, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. You're going to quote Kant, Immanuel Kant, Rene Descartes. These are all Western, European, and Greek, well, European philosophers. If you're studying philosophy in America, these are the people you say, you know, where did you get your idea from? Most philosophers will say, well, I read Bertrand Russell. I read da 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 da. But when it comes to hip hop, everybody just grab it. They say, where did you learn that from? My man, somewhere. You know damn well who you learned that from. You know damn well where you got those concepts and those ideas from. But the character of a thief does not give credit to the originator. The character of a thief is to steal from the originator. Therefore, I can't give the originator no credit. I'm stealing it. I don't want nobody to know where I took this from. So this is now Harvard, Yale, Spelman. I mean, come on now, not Spelman. These other institutions, not Morehouse, not, you know, and I'm not just quoting black institutions. You know, I'm saying those who are serious about their hip hop that I've seen. UCLA, serious about their hip hop over there. I've been there, saw it for myself. Okay, serious. Okay, now, if I have not been to your institution, if I have not seen you, the first master teacher, you cannot care. You know, you can say, who gives a fuck? Yeah, I'm UCLA. I can make any course I want. But in truth, if you serious about your teaching of hip hop, you will seek out the originators of the profession, of the science itself. You will do the research and you will find within the culture who first called themselves teacher and then who went about teaching. Because several people called themselves teachers, but no teaching came, respectfully. KRS-One, whose name is knowledge reigning supreme, came out with all types of teaching concepts in his rhymes and then was the first one to go and teach it at actual universities. I'm the first hip hopper to teach at a university. This was the direction I was going in from day one. Now, this is not for me to say or boast. This is knowledge that protects the teaching of this culture. If you know that KRS-One is hip hop's first teacher and has established hip hop's first temple for the correct teaching of the culture, if you know that to be the truth, then not only is your teaching of hip hop authentic and real because you're connected to an authentic and real source, but you also protect the culture from others claiming that they teachers and they have an institution, or because they have millions of dollars and backers like these universities do, they could just take our intellectual property and make money on it for themselves. That's what all these universities are doing. I didn't sanction any of these universities, even the ones that I agree, even the ones that I think are great. I didn't give them no specific certification and a curriculum that says this is how you teach hip hop. So everybody is out there right now just teaching whatever they want to teach of hip hop. And any educator knows that's not right. That's not right. That's not going to help the culture. That's not going to develop us into anything. We're not going to be able to transfer the best parts of our culture to the next generation. Especially if everybody is just, well, this is hip hop. No, that's hip hop. Hip hop's whatever I think it is. I'm just going to do this. Well, if that's what we're dealing with, how are we supposed to progress the culture? What's going to happen is learning institutions are going to treat the teaching of hip hop the same way recording corporations treated rap music. They don't care about it. They just exploit it. And in the exploitation of it, you don't even get real rap. You don't even get real MCs. You get this bullshit. Same thing with the teaching of hip hop. These institutions can't even teach math and English correctly. They're going to take our sacred culture and now teach it correctly. You could see in their lesson plan, I'm not dissing nobody. I'm just speaking the truth. Go right now, well, maybe not right now. After this lesson, go and look for yourself at what is called a master class. What universities are putting out as hip hop's education. Education on the culture and as a music genre or as an art form. Look at what they're teaching. It's pitiful. It's pitiful. And the word is pitiful. You have to pity them. I pity the fool. You got to pity them. Because you know as an educator, like imagine somebody on stage, we all say we MCs. Then you get on stage and say some dumb shit. And we say, yo, we all MCs here. What you say? This, you know what it is. Why you get up there and say that? Same thing with these universities. You know you're supposed to get the proper certification to teach any subject. You're supposed to get the proper certification from the originators of the subject for you to be able to teach it. If not, if you don't do that, you are a thief. There's no way around it. You're taking from another community that you don't even belong to, or your institution doesn't belong to. And you're going to take from this community its history, its knowledge of itself, and sell it back to the same community. And you ain't even the community. Now, come on, thinkers. We got to think. Is this something that we want to continue? Is this something we want our children to experience? Well, here at the Temple of Hip Hop, the answer is no. And this is why God is always ahead of these devils, straight up. No other way to say it. God is ahead of the devil. The devil is a thief and a liar and comes only to destroy. God is a provider and an educator and comes only to liberate. You take your pick. So at the end of the day, God is ahead. We saw in 1989. These dudes was popping crystal and wearing blood diamonds. Instead, it was the founders of hip hop, all the pioneers before they passed. We're going to write down what they said. We're going to remind them of what they said in a gospel for hip hop. We're going to take their words verbatim out their mouth. And we're going to make doctrines based on that. Not no made up nothing. We all meet, we all sit down, and we talk out our culture. And the principles, the ideas, the vision that we come up with for our culture at these meetings is what KRS-ONE wrote down. And everyone saw me writing it down. This is what everyone saw me recording with my camcorder. This is what everyone saw me with my little tape recorder, asking them questions, the cultural questions. We have it all written down. We have it on tape. We have it recorded. We have it on film, video, you name it. We recorded our entire movement because we knew in the future that others were going to try to claim the movement for themselves, but only to sell it. They're not the real movement themselves. And as hip hop student apprentices, you got to know that. You got to know the real from the fake. And this is not about dissing nobody or calling somebody fake or trying to, put myself on a pedestal or make the temple of hip hop more. This is not that. Please maintain your maturity here. What we are talking about are the thieves outside our door that already stole the door. Okay? Stole the door, stole the windows. They trying to come in our house. They're trying to come in our house. And this is, and you got to ask yourself, are you going to allow the devil to come in your house and claim your stuff? No. The temple. Now, others are doing that. They allowing the devil all in their house. You can see it. You can see it. Temple of Hip Hop's not that. Here, the devil gets put on his back. Okay? Here, we don't play that. Righteousness over here. Truth over here. And we're willing to fight for that truth. We're willing to punch you in your face on behalf of love. Oh, yes, we will. You know my style. People say I'm contradictory all the time, but you just don't understand. Intelligence is stronger than ignorance. I'll whip your ass. Okay, let's be clear. Okay, love is stronger than hate. I'll stomp you into the ground. Hate? Lies? No, the truth will obliterate you. Okay, splattered. And that's how I run my career as well. Y'all see it. Well, you think the truth is going to be timid? The truth is going to get on stage and say, throw your hands in the air, y'all. Can y'all just throw your hands in the air? No. The truth is going to be like, and you already know. Okay? That's what the truth is. I'm real about what ain't no fake shit here. Okay? This is what you get. Take a look at it. This is what you get. This is a hip hop teacher. Everything you see here is a hip hop teacher. And I'm setting the precedence for all generations that come after us so that nobody could ever say, oh, I'm a hip hop teacher. And you haven't been to the temple of hip hop? You're not certified by hip hop's first teachers? How you claiming you a hip hop teacher then? How you claim you a hip hop scholar? And then on top of that, let me see what you're teaching. Is it effective? Let's see what you're teaching. Let me get into this read real quick so that we can go further into what we're talking about. We're talking about hip hop, the teaching of it, protecting the hip hop teaching profession. Now, I'm going to take a commercial break. No, I'm not going to go anywhere. We're not going to play a video. But what we're going to do is, I just want to get this out the way before I get into this read. Real quick, shout out to Philadelphia last night, Rip Philly, out in the street. It was sick. Me, Freeway, Beanie Siegel, a couple of others converged onto Philadelphia. It was another 50th anniversary in the street, free to the public. Kenyatta Johnson, Councilman Kenyatta Johnson, inspired by our work as well, through that jam last night in Philadelphia. I want to say that to you guys because also it's not over. The 50th anniversary of hip hop is not over. Just, August 11th passed. But we're looking to do more gigs. I was talking to Simone about Vegas. I don't know if y'all want to crank this up again. Matter of fact, give me some consensus on that if you're listening. We'll take a Temple of Hip Hop vote as to where we should be next. But I was just thinking, it may not happen. I'm just talking, okay? But as a real vision and putting real money down, I think we should leave New York and go to places like Miami or California, like LA, or Vegas, even the Bay. Well, actually, if you do Vegas, you can get the Bay, you can get LA, a couple other people as well in that. The idea was to continue the 50th anniversary of hip hop in other areas that did not get their 50th. I don't know if you guys read some of the comments or been keeping up with some of the remarks after our August 12th event, but a lot of people around the country was like, damn, I wish I was there. You need to bring that over here. How can we get our 50th off? I've been taking these questions in, and this is also what inspired me to say, you know, maybe we should go to LA and do a LA 50th. You know, we bring some East Coast dudes through, you know, staples and standards. We bring that through so LA can get it. But no, this is about NWA. This is about everybody. I'm trying to think of so many names in my head. Ice-T and King T and Alcoholics and oh man, Jurassic 5, and you know, the list goes on and on. West Coast, you know what I'm saying? I mean, of course, if you go to the Bay, E40, Too Short, you know, all that. Shout out to Mr. Community out there holding us down there. But this is the inspiration. The inspiration is go to LA and do a LA 50. What do y'all think? Should we do it? We got to spend like another 200 grand. Like, it's crazy. If we're going to do it, we got to do it. The ticket price, not the ticket price, the cost. Probably another 150 grand, 200 grand. And that's if everybody comes out for free. I'm just talking about throwing the event itself. We could do it for like 150 grand, 200 if we got to fly people and da-da-da-da-da, even if you come in for free. So I'm thinking about that. Los Angeles. Should we converge at the Temple of Hip Hop, converge on Los Angeles, and do the same thing we did in Bronx? Actually, Bronx, Brooklyn, and Queens. I'm sorry, Bronx, Brooklyn, and Harlem, and Queens. We was down with Queens too. What we did there, should we do in Los Angeles? Now, the reason I say I need a consensus on this as well is because, oh, wait a minute. Hold up. I just went out. Oh, the pad just went out. Hold on. Enter passcode. Oh, shit. That shit just went out. Cancel. Okay, come on. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That was funny. Sorry, y'all. This thing, this computer wanted me to put in a passcode. I guess I'm talking too long. See, look at this. Real quick, y'all. Just let me just deal with this. Y'all don't see this, but I see it. See? All right. Don't allow. Boom. Computer technology. Thanks for hanging out. So I need a consensus on this in the sense that there's LA, okay? So there's LA. And if you do LA, you want LA artists, you probably want to bring the Bay, and you want everybody from the West Coast to come to LA. You can also do this in Vegas. Vegas would be dope too. You could bring the Bay, LA, a couple other surrounding areas into Vegas. Vegas is a nice celebratory town. It'll be great for us to fly out there and enjoy Vegas. There's that. But then there's also Miami. You know, Miami's a great place. I was talking to a friend just last night about bringing a 50th to Miami. Miami's dope, especially, you know, we're looking to do this maybe November, December, somewhere around there. But if we get closer to November, I'm sorry, closer to December, we can, in other words, those coming from colder environments can enjoy that Miami getaway toward the end of the year for hip hop. And I think that's dope. I think that's dope. I don't want to be selfish about it, but I would definitely steer hip hop to a hot climate. Absolutely. During that time. And so, what about Miami? Desire One. What's up with Miami? What's going on? We can't bring it there and have Luke come out, have a couple other dudes, Shy D, and well, I don't know. I may be talking whatever, but Pitbull and others, Flow Rider and others. Miami, what's up? Can we get that off? Think about that, because I'm thinking about one more major concert event or major festival event before the year is out. So you got Hip Hop History Month in November. You got December, which is just the last month of the 50th anniversary. You may just want to do it there. You got Miami, you got LA, you got Vegas. Obviously, Miami is not the West Coast, but it's Miami, and it's another major part of hip hop's history. Miami, Miami hip hop is a major, major piece of hip hop's history, and I like to turn the volume up on that too. And not to say that West Coast artists can't come to Florida, or that Florida wouldn't enjoy the West Coast. But you know, we're planning. We're talking as promoters right now, so just take that in that sense. Just we're looking for a van, car. The Temple of Hip Hop is in need of a car, not a car, like a SUV, or a van. Anybody out there with an extra van or a car that can help us out, donate to the Temple of Hip Hop. We could use a van. We have exhibit equipment now. We have a traveling exhibit, and we need a truck, small truck, or a van. Preferably a van, or an SUV with a large trunk space in the back that we could begin to travel with our exhibit. Obviously, the van is a better choice, but this is what we're looking for. If anybody has resources that can get us that van, I'm starting there first. I'd like the van to come from the Temple of Hip Hop before we just go to the dealership and pick something out. If anybody has a van or has a SUV that they can donate to the Temple of Hip Hop, now's the time to do that. We're in need of official temple clothing. Those of us that are serious about our street fashion, we're opening the Temple of Hip Hop at 55 Ludlow Street in Newark, New Jersey. I won't be dressed like this. I will be in the teacher's garb. We need to set the standard for what the teacher's garb actually is, what the teacher's clothing is, what the hip-hop cultural specialist clothing is, what an attuned hip-hopper's clothing is, and so on. When we walk into the temple, we will be dressed. We will be organized. Our dress will be organized. And so those of you that make clothing or are in touch with those that can make clothing, we're in need right now of like even artwork of what temple clothing should look like, what the official Temple of Hip Hop clothing should look like. Think of it also like you come to the temple, like let's say you somebody from outside and you come into the temple. I would like a cloak to be put over you, that we all walk around. If you enter the temple, you get clothes that you get to put on, like some sort of a light cloak that goes over your clothes, that signifies you are a member of the Temple of Hip Hop and you're here. All temple members would put the cloak on, and it forms up like a unity with us, unity of thought, unity in clothes. You take it off before you leave. You take it off and give it back to the temple. But when you come in, you just throw something over yourself real quick, and you're in the temple. We need to know what that is, what kind of cloak that is. Others of us will just, have real clothing, clothing made by the Temple of Hip Hop, and we will wear that when we are teaching. When we are in official capacity, we put on our official clothing. So what is the official clothing of the Temple of Hip Hop? That's what we want to start working on. Those with arts and crafts skills, we need you now. Those that know how to cut stuff out and work with cardboard and styrofoam and plastic, those that do sculpturing works with clay. Now's the time to step up. We need this. We're building our temple. We're building the temple right now for hip hop. We're in the temple. We're doing art. We're putting our sculpted pieces up. We're telling the story of hip hop, its cultural history on the walls of our temple. We need artists. We need all kinds of artists to come forward, especially museum curators, people with that eye, museum curator eye, arts and crafts eye, people who know how to do presentations. We need you now. Step forward. We are still beautifying 1520 Sedgwick Avenue. We started with a magnificent piece. Those who came on August 12th and saw what it was. And shout out to the artists. Their names escape me now, from Brazil. Shout out to Brazil. Artists came through and the young lady came through. They did a great job. You guys did a great job. It's not finished yet. We need to come back, finish it up. The 12th is, those of us who was there, you saw how daunting it was, what went down, and so on. But now we got to get back to our work. We recovered over a week, maybe actually 2 weeks. And now we got to get back into 1520 and finish the exhibit at 1520. So just so you know, we're still beautifying the birthplace of hip hop with graph and knowledge on those walls as well. And so on. We're still finishing that. Okay, that's it. The what we want to do also, just so you know, we're also looking at prop houses. That's not for us here, but I'm just reading my rest of my notes here, that we have prop houses, flyers. We got to make our flyers. We got prop, prop, like think of, well, those of you that have been to Disney World, this is part of what the temple's going to look like, but for hip hop. It's not going to be Mickey Mouse, but it's going to be that the materials that make up what you see when you go to a museum, a theme park, any of that, wax museum, any of that. You're going to see that at the Temple of Hip Hop. B-boys, tall, huge B-girls and B-boys, huge graffiti cans and microphones hanging from the ceiling, kind of thing. You walk in, you feel hip hop, and you want, and that's what we're creating there. So those that can volunteer and help us out with that, we're open to this right now. We're open to this right now. So step up. And again, don't watch me. Again, I say this all the time. This is an apprenticeship. I'm trying to teach in real time. And I'm giving you an example of the teaching. I'm being the example that I'm actually teaching. And those of you that have read the gospel with us too, y'all, I don't know what y'all sitting around waiting for, because you've seen from the time we started in a basement in our house, and we rented a house in Atlanta, y'all forgot? And we declared there that we're going to be here. And we're here. So let me hit you now with, let me go back to the lesson of the day. This here, read this, hold this up. Boom, boom. Okay, you got it. Yeah, that's it. Y'all see this? Okay, it's called An Introduction to Hip Hop. You got that? Okay. Now, the reason I'm showing you this is because I'm getting ready to read from it. Those of you that was part of Hip Hop Appreciation Week 2022 and received your hip hop cultural specialist certification, you also got one of these. And I said to you, study this, because for teachers, for those that teach hip hop, this is it. This is it. We put this together for those that seriously teach hip hop to connect themselves to the original teaching source. And the original hip hop teaching source is not KRS-ONE or even the Temple of Hip Hop. The original teaching source is hip hop. The fact of hip hop is the original teaching source. We don't make nothing up here. We don't make false claims or make claims with no evidence, no precedence, no fact behind it. Everything we speak here got facts behind it, got evidence behind it. It may not even be the complete evidence. Get that? There's always more to learn. But everything we speak here is fact-based, and we build fact upon fact upon fact, evidence upon evidence upon evidence, truth upon truth upon truth. Everyone else is making stuff up. So like I said, last time I checked, KRS-ONE was hip hop's first teacher. I am a teacher and others are kings. I made the distinction very clear at the early days of the culture. Now it's fashionable somewhat to be a hip hop scholar, to be a hip hop teacher, and others are just coming in and taking this claim for themselves, and they're not real scholars, they're not real teachers. And we saw this with MCing. Not so much with breaking or graffiti art, because you can't just say I'm a graffiti writer and then let's see you're black. You have to actually produce some art. You can't say I'm a B-boy or B-girl and then we say break and you don't got nothing. But as a DJ, for instance, you can listen or watch somebody DJ, then just go get the equipment and claim you a DJ. And if nobody knows the history or checks you, you could just play the records and they'll say, oh, that's what a DJ is. Until you meet a Kid Capri or a DJ Scratch or a Qbert or, somebody, DJ Premier even. Now you say, oh, that wasn't DJ, this is DJ. But if you never saw the original, you yourself is stuck in some fake, fraudulent world. And how can you move forward dealing with fake people? How can you get a real success dealing with fake success? That's why 90% of people that are studying hip hop ain't benefiting from it. This is why. Only the 5%. But anyway, this is why 85% of people studying or teaching hip hop, they're not enjoying hip hop. How many hip hop teachers I passed by claiming, I'm a hip hop scholar, but you working for this corporation? You working for Harvard? You working for NYU? How hip hop scholars first drop out of school? Oh wait, you can't say that, Chris. Yes, I can. Real hip, if you want the truth, not my opinion. Hip hop's actual teacher is a high school dropout. Now, if you want to, not even high school, I'm a junior high school dropout. I never made it to high school or college. I got to the 8th grade and said, that's enough. Educated myself. Now I am the master teacher of this entire culture. If I'm lying, tell me I'm lying. Cut this thing off right now. Cut it off right. If I'm lying, cut this thing off. You just don't listen to no liars. But if I'm speaking truth, Real truth. If I'm speaking real truth right now, why are you fronting? That's the question. If the first teacher of hip hop is not standing before you right now, turn this thing off. This guy you listening to is bugging. He think he's something he not. Well, reverse that to all these other hip hop scholars, teachers, this, that, or professors that have not been certified by KRS-ONE. Then on top of that, let's go look and see what they're teaching. Let's say we give it to you. Yeah, you're a hip hop scholar. Now let's see what your scholarship is all about. It's useless. What are you going to tell me? Cool Herc, 73. We know that already. What are you going to tell me? Oh, Africa Bambaataa and Zulu. We know that already. What are you going to say? Well, this one sold records and the socio-political impact of rap lyrics on Americans. Get the fuck. This ain't going to help me. Here's what's going to help me. A teacher that has already achieved health, love, awareness, and wealth, and is now telling me how I can do the same within the culture I already love. That's teaching. Let's get into the teaching. Because real teachers write real books about the culture. And so let us differentiate, because Temple of Hip Hop, listen to me. You are hip hop's real teachers. Not just because you are learning from hip hop's master teacher. That's its own thing. Not just because you are a card-carrying, dues-paying member of the Temple of Hip Hop. Not just because of that. That's another thing. But we have written knowledge that actually works. And that's what I'm saying. I'm showing you that it works. If the knowledge does not work on the teacher, why would it work on you? If the knowledge is working on the teacher, then what he's teaching you is going to work for you. But how serious do you take the teaching or the teacher? How serious do you take your teaching of hip hop if you are a hip hop teacher? I'm reading the introduction to this book. This book is called An Introduction to Hip Hop. And it's the first thing you get when you come to, well, actually the second thing you get when you come to the Temple of Hip Hop. The first thing you get is a Gospel of Hip Hop. But the second book you get, which we start now hunkering down, and for those that are teaching, those that are going to teach hip hop, we hunker down to this particular textbook. When most people hear the term hip hop, when most people hear the term hip hop, they tend to think of rap music, specifically rappers and DJs. Some might include graffiti and breakdancing, but for those influenced by corporate media, hip-hop appears to them as a music genre because of the popularity of rap music. Their basic understanding of hip-hop comes from radio and television, or rather the marketing and programming of entertainment executives and their financial interests. Such approaches to hip-hop, however, are purely entertainment-based and lack the depth needed to fully appreciate hip-hop as the global culture that it has become. I am hip-hop's first master teacher, its cultural architect, KRS-ONE. And it is my sacred duty, as well as my pleasure, to reveal this important cultural knowledge to you at this time. As hip-hop's master teacher, I sincerely thank all teachers of hip-hop for taking the time, the money, and the space to expose students to hip-hop in some meaningful way. I know for most of us it has not been easy, but help is on the way. In fact, help is here. This particular introduction to hip-hop, and I would also add the Temple of Hip-Hop, is the first of its kind. This is the first, and at the moment, the only authentic introduction to hip-hop for teachers. Therefore, this authentic introduction to hip hop for teachers is not to be compared to any other study regarding hip hop. As you will learn, this authentic hip hop study and its approach to hip hop are unique and they stand alone. This I say humbly and with respect to others that may be teaching hip hop in some way. But let us be clear here. At this moment, at this very moment, you are learning hip hop from an original hip hop teaching source. This is the point here. No one else can claim that. That's the point. And this is how we protect the teaching profession. The teaching profession begins with KRS-ONE at the Temple of Hip Hop. That's fact in hip hop's history. I'm not making this up. I'm not nothing. This is what happened. A fact is what happened. What happened? This dude stepped up. His first record, he said, I'm a teacher. And then went about teaching hip hop's history in his first record. It's called The South Bronx. The record was so influential that everybody started saying hip hop started in the South Bronx when it actually starts in the West Bronx. The record was so influential that the lyrics are now in the National African American Museum over in Washington, D.C. The lyrics to South Bronx are there as a historical documentation. And I don't see no other lyrics there either, too, by the way. Historic. I didn't ask for it. I went to the museum looking for Black history. Saw myself. That was weird. But nonetheless, if that's not the truth, turn me off right now. But if you can go to the African American Museum in Washington, D.C., and see the lyrics of this guy talking to you right now, you can see his lyrics up on the wall. And they're saying this is one of the first histories of hip hop. Right here. Taught by the teacher of the culture in 1986. From there, we went on to do You Must Learn. Learn? Learn. You must learn. We introduced vegetarianism, metaphysics. Come on now, y'all know. Nobody was thinking about this. Nobody. Dudes was chomping on burgers and steak. We said beef. What a relief. When will this poisonous come on now? We're going to act like we don't know. In 1995, we released the first Science of Rap. How to rap. Not my rap career, but a science of it. Come on, do I have to talk about why is that? And a whole theological theme throughout my entire career? Come on, where was anybody else when all this was going on? Well, they were criticizing. They were dissing. Y'all know that too. Every time KRS stood up for the culture, somebody came with this. You know. So if this did not happen, again, I'm lying, right? I'm bugging. But if it did happen in hip hop's real history, why are you fronting? That's the question. And the you is rhetorical. You can ask yourself the question, why am I fronting? You can ask yourself, you can answer the question, I'm not fronting. Then you can apply the question to others and other learning institutions. Go to these learning institutions and look at their hip hop courses. Matter of fact, go to these learning institutions and see if you see the Temple of Hip Hop's logo anywhere, or a copy of the gospel laying around somewhere. If you don't see that, you're not in a hip hop institution. That's the truth. You're not there. You're in You're in the institution probably of a real hip hopper, somebody who loves the culture, wants these kids to get off the street, want to try to show them something positive about the culture. That's all legitimate. You're in the house of a real hip hopper that want to do something in the hood, but you're not in an authentic hip hop teaching institution. No, you're not. And this is the point. The Temple of Hip Hop is an authentic, authoritative hip hop teaching institution. The first one. The first one. Not the first one because the building in 2023, that's the first for hip hop. But I'm talking about the first in 1989 with the Stop the Violence movement. I'm talking about the first in 1990 with All in the Same Gang. 91, Human Education Against Lies, going to the United Nations, establishing Hip Hop Appreciation Week, blah, 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 and 24 albums over a 35-year period. No, you can't front on that. You can't front on that. And that's what these institutions are doing. They're fronting on the truth. Now, if you enter these institutions knowing that they're fronting on the truth and discarding the facts so that they can exploit the teaching of the culture, you got to ask yourself, why you fronting? Why you there? Why you giving your money to that? You claiming to be true hip hop. You claiming you true to this, but you gonna give your money and your time and your prestige and your excellence to the thieves of the culture. None of that shit makes sense. None of it. And if you a teacher, this is where shit gotta make sense. Everywhere else, nothing gotta make sense. Because we all entertainers, right? So it don't make no sense. Matter of fact, the more nonsense you make, the better it is. Okay, you're an entertainer. You're dealing with fantasy. But when we start talking about the teaching of this culture, that ain't entertainment and that ain't fantasy. We need the facts. We need the dates. We need the places. We need the times. We need the testimonies of the pioneers. We need the eyewitness accounts of the icons of the culture. That's what we need. Now, if you study in a learning institution that wants you to know the biography of top-selling rappers, and they're trying to tell you that's going to help you in your life, well, we're going to talk about KRS-ONE and his influence on hip-hop. You should get up and leave. Okay? Somebody tell you, oh, we should Cool Herc. No, sorry. That's not going to help you. What's going to help you is you knowing that the practice of breaking, MCing, graffiti art, and DJing leads to health, love, awareness, and wealth. That's going to help you. What's going to help you is hip means to know. Hop is movement. Are you hip to your hop? Do you know why you move? That's going to help you. 9 elements to hip hop: breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJing, beatboxing, street fashion, street language, street knowledge, and street entrepreneurialism. Studying hip hop culturally is going to help you. Knowing with no doubt in your mind that God is with you, Emmanuel, is going to help you in your life. Knowing that you have an inner voice that powers your outer voice. Knowing that you have an inner eye that can see the future and see the past. Knowing that you can hear yourself speak without speaking helps you. If your learning institution ain't on that level, I'm sorry, it ain't hip hop. We're setting the standard for what is hip hop's teaching because we are the first teachers. We, meaning myself and you. And you. You are hip hop's first teacher because you are learning from a first-time teacher and first-time institution. What is that institution teaching? Well, back over here. Look at this. Get my notes out. What is a hip hop teacher? In fact, what is a teacher and what is teaching? Looking at the compact edition of the Oxford English Dictionary, I can't wait till we get in the building so I can pull this up as a PowerPoint. Looking at the compact edition of the Oxford English Dictionary, we see the word teacher, meaning that which shows or points out, an indicator, the index finger. This is what, look at this. You see that? You see? That which shows or points out, an indicator, the index finger. You see that? One who or that which teaches or instructs. Wait a minute, let me look at that. Which teaches or instructs. An instructor, figuratively, one whose function it is to give instruction, especially in a school. Now look at the definition of teacher, okay? That which shows or points out, an indicator, the index finger. That's the first definition of teacher in the Oxford English Dictionary. And it's an obsolete definition, okay? Meaning this is the original definition of teacher. It's not being used like this much anymore, but this is the original, the first, and that's, you know, we always talking about that because this is what the thief don't want you to know. What was first and who was first, because that's who the thief is stealing from. That's who the colonist is colonizing. That's what the imperialist is imperializing. They're coming in to indigenous lands, first people, primal people, and taking their resources. This is the game. This is the game. And if you allow that game to continue in your life and in your own culture, then you are voluntarily allowing yourself to be a slave. I ain't no slave. Simple and plain. You got to ask yourself, am I a slave? Some may say with their mouth, I ain't no slave. I ain't no slave. And then the minute Mr. Charlie come around, get over here, nigga. You like, yo, Mr. Charlie. We just saw it with the 50th anniversary. I ain't gonna start. We just saw it. Everybody, hip hop, until Live Nation calls. Now it's, well, you know, sorry, I can't come to your thing, Chris, but I can go there. Hey. Now, see, real is real and fake is fake. And you ain't got to call out what's real and what's fake. It's real and fake. Everybody can see it. The problem is too many fake people don't want to look at what's real. So they got you thinking that the fake is real because they don't want to look at the real. And if you don't know what the real is, you take the fake and say that's real. That's why we ain't getting nowhere. Because the fake is fake. Now, if you want real, especially real hip hop, you here at the temple. You right here. You right here. This shit here is real. Okay, it's real. I gotta go sweep a real temple out right now. Okay, we got garbage to take out. We got bathrooms to fix. We got all types of holes in the wall. We got sinkholes in our driveway we got to fill up. We got the street outside. We got to pave the street. I've just talked to the city about, can we get a new sidewalk? Can we get a new street? The sidewalk's chewed up. We got real things. We're talking real. Everybody else is fantasizing. I'm a hip hop teacher, no school. I'm a hip hop teacher, no gospel, no book, no textbook. I'm a hip hop teacher, no certification from a hip hop teacher or a hip hop institution. Just because you got a degree in journalism, you think you can teach hip hop? Just because you got a degree in law or you study African American studies or black studies, now you can teach hip hop? Fuck out of here. See, that's how hip hop would say, the fuck out of here. You don't even get the respect. What you get is pushed off. That's what you get. Because you fake. And the real teacher of hip hop is here to tell you, you fake. And the students and apprentices of the culture need to know you fake. Now, that's not a criticism. That's the truth. You're fake. None of these institutions can claim any teaching authority. None. They don't have it. The authority is here in hip hop's real history with those doing the real work that have the evidence. The recordings, the films, the books, the articles, we have it all. It's all right here. Who want to test the respect? That battle would be crazy. Could you imagine the temple battling with another institution with documentation and recording? We will demolish any institution in the world. Name it. When it comes to hip hop, come on, you don't want to battle us. You don't want that smoke, G. You don't want that. Okay? We're the best in the world when it comes to the teaching of hip hop. The best in the world, probably in the universe. But I'll just keep it to this planet right here. This is what you're part of. This is the temple of hip hop. And notice my attitude about it. Fuck out of here. That's the attitude. Not, well, you guys are fake, but you're all right. We're going to do our real thing over here. That ain't hip hop. Sorry, that ain't the attitude. The attitude is this bitch ass company over here trying to claim shit they don't really have. Let's run up on these bitches right now. That's hip hop. We're not timid. There's some street shit here. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm offending some people. I'm sorry. But I'm giving you the real culture, and I'm not afraid to do it. The fuck out of here. If you think you are an authority in teaching this culture over the temple of hip hop. And if you want to battle, let's go. Let's go. There is no learning institution or certification that is above ours. None. Now go test the respect. Put me in front of your hip hop scholars. Let's battle. Put the temple of hip hop in front of your hip hop institutions. Let's battle. Put the gospel of hip hop up against any book written on hip hop. Let's battle. No, see, you got to know who the authority is. And it's you. It's you. It's the temple member that is committed to the preservation of hip hop that is the only true teacher of this culture. Sorry. Everybody else can play games with their life. And that's what you're doing. Playing games with your life. With your life. Because this is about life. That's what we teach. We're teaching life because we're teaching our children knowledge of themselves. This is about life. If you ain't serious about life, if you ain't serious about truth, if you ain't serious about facts, evidence, precedents, and history, if you ain't serious about that, what you serious about? Satisfying your own emotions? Trying to say you something you ain't? Jealous because somebody is and you not? That's what we dealing with. And real hip hop scholars got to know the difference. Let me hit you with this again. What is a teacher? First, according to the Oxford English Dictionary of the English Language, the first definition of teacher is this. Okay, an index finger. The first definition of a teacher is that which points out. Did you hear that? That which points out, an indicator, the index finger. Here's the second definition, which is the one that is in use. One who or that which. Notice how they say what a teacher is. A teacher is not always a human or a person. A teacher is anything that's showing you something, pointing something out. One who, or that which, teaches or instructs. An instructor. Also, figuratively, and look at this, figuratively, this is not even the real teacher, but culturally, communally, figuratively, but specifically, one whose function is to give instruction, especially in a school. So now we're talking, what is a teacher? One who gives instruction, especially in some kind of an institution. That's a teacher. Here we can see that first, a teacher does not have to be a person. A teacher is that which shows or points out an indicator. Even the index finger itself is considered to be a teacher. Anything which shows or points out is a teacher. Like the first MCs, the first DJs, the first breakers, the first graffiti artists, graffiti writers, and the first beatboxers. These people did not call themselves teachers, but according to the original and earliest definition of teacher, this is exactly who and what they were. They were indeed the first ones to show, point out, and indicate what original hip hop was and how it was to be expressed. Like this introduction to hip hop, which itself is a teacher, right? Because what is a teacher? That which points out or instructs. That's what this actual book is doing. It is the teacher. The gospel of hip hop is the teacher. Like this introduction to hip hop, which itself is a teacher. A book study which shows or points out the correct teaching of hip hop. Even further, this introduction to hip hop in and of itself is also an indicator. It shows the way to or the direction of the hip hop teaching tradition. Did you get that? That's what this is. We're showing you the way to a successful hip hop teaching. Here's the definition of indicate. To show the way to or the direction of. That's what it means to indicate. To show the way to or the direction of. Point out. To serve as a sign, symptom, or token of. Signify. To signify something. That was definition 2. Definition 3. To suggest or demonstrate the necessity, expedience, or advisability of. So to indicate. This is what teaching, the deeper part of teaching is also about, is as being an indicator. It is to demonstrate the necessity. Okay, you got that? What is the necessity of hip hop? Shows the necessity. Okay, the expedience, meaning now. Like we got to do this now. Like, okay, right? And advisability of this. Hip hop can advise you. I'm indicating how hip hop advises you in life. Fourth definition. To state or express briefly is an indication. To say something or express it briefly. Indicate. Right, those are the 4 definitions. At the bottom, we see at synonyms. I'm looking at the definition here. At the bottom, we see the synonyms. The synonyms to indicate is to attest, bespeak, betoken. These verbs mean to give grounds for supposing or inferring the existence or presence of something. That's from the American Heritage Dictionary of the English language, that last explanation. Let me run over here. And those that have this teaching manual, you can actually read along with me if you have it. The teaching manual, An Introduction to Hip Hop, a hip hop tutorial for hip hop's teachers. See that? And keep in mind too, you know, there's no books like this. Okay, there's no books like this. There are books that refer to the teaching of hip hop. Yes, they are. And some good ones too, that refer to how we should be teaching this, what we should be teaching, so on. There's some really good books out there. People are really getting into this in that sense. And as a matter of fact, I might even quote some. Maybe we'll get to it. Quote some of these books here that talk about what a hip hop teacher is. In fact, I think I do quote one of them here because they're talking about me, as a matter of fact, and what I only use the stuff that not on no grandizement. Let's get it clear. But legally, if to make an example, you try to use yourself as the example to cover your bait, to cover yourself legally. Like, I'm not using somebody else's stuff, you know. And as you can see, I do clip outs and cutouts and things like that. This is copywritten material, trademark material. I'm protected under the educational code. You know, you could use other people's material as long as, you know, you're not selling it for profit, or like in this situation right here, we're just teaching, you know. So we get to use the Oxford, we get to use other people's stuff and so on. Legally, that's what. And I'm saying this to you as teachers as well. You should know that you should always refer to yourself as a teacher. Some people get squeamish about that because, you know, in this society, to always talk about yourself is ego, narcissism, all types of selfishness and self-aggrandizement. That's not what we're doing here. Here, I am hip hop's original teacher, and so I have to speak to you in this way. And on top of that, being hip hop's original teacher, I am written about in all of hip hop's teaching literature. You cannot discuss the teaching of hip hop without including KRS-ONE in that. That's the only reason why I'm speaking of myself in this particular lesson. We don't do this at the Temple of Hip Hop, constantly try to bring some sort of prestige to ourselves or talk about ourselves only, this kind of thing. We don't do that here. That's not the character of an attuned hip hopper. This particular lesson warrants that I speak about myself because of who I am. And so I'm making that clear as I read this next piece with evidence. Listen to this. Real teaching begins with real teachers. And it is here that we must make a few distinctions at the top of our study regarding the teaching of hip hop. First, there is a big difference between calling oneself a hip hop teacher versus actually being one. Big difference. All throughout rap music's history, rappers have referred to themselves as teachers, or that they, quote, took a test to become an MC, end quote. In rap music poetry, all of this is common and expected. Rap artists of all sorts have called themselves queen, king, gangster, teacher, among other epithets throughout rap music's history. But in truth, these epithets, titles, identities were all fictional and purely poetic. As we grew up, however, some of the titles that we took on for ourselves as youths became real in our adulthood. Those that claimed queen or king, if they were serious about what they called themselves, they found themselves with a real royal status within hip hop's actual culture, and then eventually in the whole world. And, you know, I'm talking about real people like Queen Latifah and Rihanna, even if you consider her hip hop. I do. And others, hip hop culturally. Don't just look at the music and all that. I'm talking about the actual people, the men and women. What community do you frequent? What language do you speak? Well, a lot of these women that call themselves queen, if they were serious about the title, they actually became that. Think about that for a minute. Those that claim the title of gangster found themselves in criminal situations, including prison and or death. This is real. I'm thinking of Biggie, Big L, Tupac. Those that claim to be rich, even though they were not rich at the time of their rapping, if they too were serious, they actually became rich pursuing the rich identities portrayed in their songs. And of course, I'm talking about a lot of people that started off with, I got a Lincoln Continental. That's specifically the Sugar Hill Gang. I was talking to Master G about that too the other day. And he told me straight up, he was like, Chris, when we started that, we were so broke, okay? Big Bank Hank was working in a pizza shop, okay, where they said, I got a Lincoln Continental and a sunroof Cadillac. So after school, I take a dip in the pool. They didn't have none of that. But after they rapped it, they got it. It was here that we began to realize hip-hop as a reality maker, as a reality-making event, a culture that manifested whatever was the real intent of our hearts and minds. This is the gospel. This is freedom. We have made a culture, or was given one, or we are participating in a culture that anything you say you are, you can manifest that in this culture. And if you do it well enough in this culture, other cultures start to see you as that. Tell me this is not freedom. Tell me this is not the revolution right now. That if you've been shut out by government, shut out by religion, shut out by real estate, shut out by justice, shut out by education, shut out by healthcare, housing, you name it, you've been shut out unjustly, oppression. And in that unjust situation, you create this thing called hip hop, that whatever you say you are in this, the world believes you. What a justice. What a justice. Think about this for a minute. The vision of Speed Racer comes to my mind. I advise everyone to go watch Speed Racer, the movie. There was a part in the movie at the end where this dude gets so right with his car. He defeats everybody on the track, and it gets so crazy. His car, he started at last place. And they show you his car jumping over other cars to get, it's all fantasy. But what they're trying to show you is that the last can become first when the last realizes who they are. Dudes start jumping over the cars with the Mark V, bouncing other cars off the racetrack. He's gone and obviously won the race and saved the world. Hip hop did the same thing. Shut out from everything. We leaped over. Look at this. We leaped over medicine and healthcare, real estate and housing, education, college, justice, prisons, all of it. We leaped over it, got to the front of it, and then started dictating back what was going to happen. Tell me we not magnificent. Shut me off right. cut this thing off if I'm lying. But if I'm speaking the truth, why are we fronting on this magnificent culture that anything you say you are in it, you become it? Let me read on. Still, however, even though rappers called themselves teachers and even claimed in their rhymes to be educated or the principal, still in all, no one was actually teaching anything to anyone. This is all poetic. Respectfully, again, this was all rhymes. It was all poetic. It was all entertainment. But just like those that were serious about their image and title as queen, king, pimp, player, gangster, etc., eventually experiencing such identities in real life, so it was with my claim as teacher. When I proclaimed myself the teacher, I was serious about that identity. And this is what I eventually became within hip hop and then around the world. Such a title, however, the title of teacher, was not easy to establish within hip hop or for myself. And this is also why I am hip hop's official master teacher. Even though they did not outright explicitly call themselves teachers, I learned much from Cool DJ Herc himself and Cindy Campbell herself. I didn't read the books. I spoke to them. I was taught and corrected by Grandmaster Kaz, a true hip-hop teacher, Kaz. He never called himself this, but I'm giving it to him. I think he's a teacher. Okay. Kumo D, teacher. Pee Wee Dance, Dougie Fresh, AD, and Tony Tone. Tony from the Cold Crush. Tony Tone, major teacher. He'll never call it, I don't know if he'll never, but he doesn't walk around like I do saying, I am the teacher. But Tony Tone is a wealth of historic hip hop information. He is the information. He's not even a wealth of it. He is it. Matter of fact, next to my lyrics at the Smithsonian African American National Museum in Washington, D.C., it's Tony Tone. Actually, they got a picture of Tony Tone in the museum DJing. I mean, just think about this. He is the history. And a card-carrying member of the Temple of Hip Hop. Just saw Tony the other day. He left his speakers in the temple. Tony, you got to get your speakers out of the Temple of Hip Hop. Those are some big-ass speakers. I don't know what we're going to do with them, but we might need to put them back in storage, blah, blah, blah. But the point is that, again, and I'm proud of that too. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the pride in my voice right now, okay? Tony Tone from the Cold Crush, okay? DJ Tony Tone from the Cold Crush. And Jazzy J, too. Different guy. Jazzy J from Zulu Nation, okay? Both of them been to the Temple of Hip Hop. Both of them are in support, not just membership, but in support. They brought their equipment by. So look at this. The Temple of Hip Hop doesn't just have equipment like, say, we rented from SIR, or we went somewhere and rented equipment like we did for the 12th. Okay, we went to this place. I can't remember the name now. But we rented equipment from a professional, reputable place and had a great sound. At the Temple of Hip Hop, we actually have the Cold Crush system at the temple. You didn't hear me. Them beat up ass speakers and that old ass board that I saw them out there working with. This is some crusty shit. I should have showed it. I should have took pictures of it so I could just. You have it on film, right? But we ain't got it now, though. We ain't got it now. But this is some crusty shit. It's old. They used it in real jams, real parties. Okay, that's what the Temple of Hip Hop system is based on. Just to show you, just on a side note, we ain't bullshitting with this. We the real culture. Okay, so Tony Tone and them and his system is in storage at the temple. I just went and looked at it because where they have it in storage, Sun One put it in storage there, and where Sun One put it, I want to turn it into backstage. That's the area is supposed to be backstage. So they put all this equipment in the area that's supposed to be backstage for the temple, because we got the gym and we're gonna put the stage in the gym and la 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 and all of this stuff. So they put the speakers in the backstage area. So I gotta move the speakers from the backstage area to another area so we can have our backstage. So I mentioned that for an authenticity, just an authenticity check. You know, and I'm not even, this ain't even part of the lesson, but it's like, just to show you, like, real talk, my G. Tony Tone right there. Grandmaster Caz right there. Some of our temple members smoke the spliff with Caz. just to keep it real with you, okay? We're not reading about these people, okay? We're drinking 40s with them and enjoying the culture. So when we talk, we're not talking from some objective fan-based scholarship. We're not looking at videos and listening to the record and then trying to form a curriculum around that. No. Grandmaster Flash, we just was in Crotona Park doing our thing. I sat Flash down. Matter of fact, me and Son once sat Flash down. I don't forgot where we was. We was in Cali. It was Cali. When we first sat Flash down, said, tell us the history, Flash, right now. And he didn't want to do it first. He said, I'm saving it. I said, no, Flash, we teaching it. And he revealed his whole story, which is fascinating. Which is why I say, you know what, you need to save that for your documentary. We'll just take the parts that we need to teach from and do it like that. But Grandmaster Flash's story, how he became what it was, how he became Grandmaster Flash, how cutting and mixing and scratching came to be, all of that, that's secret temple knowledge. We're not selling that. That's sacred to our culture. Now, if Flash himself was... Why do you got my man out like this? Yes, sir. Yes, that was Tony Tone. Never leaving the girls alone. Yo, put that back up. I want to teach off this in real time. No, that's Tony Tone. Don't Tone back up. Hold up. Let me see my dude, man. Come on. Y'all just had him up there. Let me see Tone real quick. But but like I'm saying, okay. Yeah, Tone. Look, this is a hip-hop icon. Fuck whatever you think, okay? I don't care what it is. If you have not spoke to this guy right here, you ain't talking hip-hop. I'm sorry. This is the history. This is the guy, Tony Tone, that put all these DJs on. All of them. Look at this dude. Now we're in the temple. This is the temple gym. And we're testing out our equipment right now. Or at least Tony Tone is testing out what he got. And we're listening to it at that point. I'm not there, but I know I knew when this was going down. And so on. I guess you're filming it, right? Joey filming, you filming it? So this is footage from Joey True at the Temple of Hip Hop, and this is how we getting down, and this is the raw shit right here, and we gonna be blasting these speakers, cutting, mixing, scratching. It's gonna be so ugly in that building, you don't even know. That's hardcore.
That lives well.
That was hardcore. Tony Tone. Now keep in mind too, keep in mind as well that Tony Tone, now keep this in mind. This man that we looking at right now, this man we looking at right now, his face and legacy define hip hop at the African American Smithsonian, the National Museum in Washington, D.C. They're using him in particular, among others, but they're using him, the Cold Crush, and the DJ for the Cold Crush. They're using him to explain hip hop, and rightfully so. When you get down to the scholarship, this is what it actually is. Let's listen.
This is all on. This I just need something to play some music doing shit right now.
You don't wanna. So I got a strip.
I got a strip in here.
Well, y'all just talking.
Oh, pause. We out here at the Temple, 55 Ludlow, Newark, New Jersey. You know what it is. Tony Tone is blessing us with a nice, decent system for the BDP.1 barbecue. It's going down tomorrow. We got DJ Steel Mountain. He's gonna be holding it down for the Temple. Obviously, Tony Tone is coming through. DJ Jazzy J. This is gonna be a historical day. Also reached out to come and blaze. Okay, no, that's just so. No.
That's it. We'll continue with the lesson, but that was dope too. Just to have that little visual there. Thank you for that. Thank you, Joey, for shooting that. That's a part of our archive as well. But why did I show? Why are we showing this? Because I want to just make something clear about this, and I speak from pride too. Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? Pride is one of the 7 sins according to Western philosophy. But I'm speaking from a pride point of view. I love my temple of hip hop. I'm proud of what we doing, and you should be as well. And that's why I pointed out that unlike other learning institutions, the temple of hip hop is hip hop. We're not objective. We're not we're not gonna put a picture of Tony Tone. Wow, I don't want to call him out, but like other museums, I'll put it that way. Other museums have pictures of that man you just saw, Tony Tone, up on their wall, and he don't approve of them putting his face on the wall. They don't pay him nothing. He gets no residuals. They just take his picture. And the thing is most of his pictures are from Joe Conso, who they were all friends. Joe Conso, Cold Crush, and all of them, they were all friends. But now people are taking Joe Conso's pictures without his permission and just using them in their museums and in their exhibits. And also keep in mind, Conso and these people are not looking for your money and all of that. You got to pay me every time. But it's a disrespect if you're going to take my work and just put it up in your museum and you don't call me, you don't give me nothing, no money, nothing, no. And by the way, you getting sponsorship dollars. You charging a ticket price at the door. And here's Tony Tone on the wall of probably every hip hop. You cannot discuss hip hop without the Cold Crush. So there's Tony Tone, there's Charlie Chase, there's Kaz, AD, JDL, AD from the Cold. There's all of them on everybody's wall, and these dudes is walking around like, yo, what's up? And we know they walking around like, yo, what's up? Because we're them. We smoking a spliff going, yo, Kaz, what's up? He's like, this is some bullshit. I don't agree with this. I don't like that shit. I don't really. So who stands up for their brother? Who stands up for their sister? Who stands up for their children? The temple of hip hop. That's why we here. And again, like I'm trying to say to you, we're not bragging about this. This is not what this is. But I'm proud that when Jazzy J and them say, yo, we coming to the temple and we coming with equipment and we gonna get it popping. What am I supposed to say? I don't, no, here's the keys, go. Can you put that equipment in there and get started? Because not only is it charity, look at the charity, perform charity. They're coming willingly with their stuff. That's hip hop. The culture has to support the culture. That's it. Whatever the culture doesn't have, we don't have. And whatever the culture has, we have. Whatever the culture doesn't have, we don't go other places and say, can you give us what we don't have? We do without. That's it. And we've done without. You know the style. We've done without. We've taken low show money. We perform for free. I've done a lot of my lectures are free. We do this because we're it. We are this. So there's Tony Tone at the Temple of Hip Hop. There's Jazzy J at the Temple of Hip Hop. There's Curtis Blow at the Temple of Hip Hop. Red Alert, all others, come on, at the Temple of Hip Hop, because that's what a temple for hip hop is. It's not about top selling rappers. It's about the actual architects of hip hop's actual culture coming together to preserve the teaching of it. That's what we're doing. So let me come back to this. Tony Tone. I'm talking about hip hop's original teachers. Tony Tone from the Cold Crush, along with Grandmaster Flash, Grand Wizard Theodore, Lovebug Starsky, rest in peace and power, Africa Bambaataa, Chief Rocker Busy B, DJ Hollywood, Pop Master Fable, Willie D of Chapter 5 Zulu Nation, and of course Scott LaRock, DJ Scott LaRock. These are among my teachers. These are the people that taught me. Even though I'm the one who I proclaim myself teacher. Like others would say pimp or king or queen or whatever. I said teacher. And then I sat at the foot of all these people I just mentioned. And I had them tell me their stories. Some of them switched up the story. Told me one thing in 1 year, another thing in another year. Some people told me stuff and I found out other stuff and had to bring it back and say, but that's not true. Is this true? And they had to change their story based on fact and evidence. But these are the people I learned from. Some of these people cursed me out, told me I wasn't shit. Some of these people told me my teachings were incorrect. Some of these people wouldn't even support me when I said hip hop is a culture. These people are right here. I had to earn my respect. Earn. And in a lot of ways, I didn't want to be just given the respect. This is a little piece of me in hip hop, that gang culture side of me. It was like, nah, I want to earn this respect. And it took me 30 years. Really, it took about 20. It took about 20 years. Like, 86 to like 2006. At the beginning of 2000, the icons came around. The pioneers started to come around and say, nah, you know what? This is the teacher. I documented it earlier, I think in 1995. I documented really when I became hip hop's teacher. It's on the album KRS-ONE. You listen to the album KRS, the self-titled KRS-ONE album. At the beginning of it and throughout the album, I recorded drops of hip hop's icons giving me the respect of being hip hop's teacher, and I put it on the album for documentation purposes. So if you go back to the KRS-ONE album, you'll hear hip hop's icons, some of them, most of them actually, shouting out KRS-One and giving me the respect of being the teacher. This was important to me. I didn't want to call myself the teacher only in my own mind. I had to wait for Cool Herc to call me that. I had to wait for Africa Bambaataa to call me that. I had to wait for Grandmaster Flash to call me that. For Lovebug Starsky, for others, Crazy Legs and others, to call me this. And individually, they had to call me this, over the time. Master Teacher. And so be clear with where we derive our authority and authenticity from. It comes directly from the culture. We don't have degrees in other disciplines, or our degrees come from other institutions, and now we bring those degrees to hip-hop with some authority. Sorry, that don't work. A degree from Harvard means nothing here, as far as hip-hop is concerned. Now, maybe a medical degree from Harvard or a law degree from Harvard might be so. But a hip-hop degree or certification from Harvard, come on. That don't mean nothing here. It means the same as me, as Temple of Hip Hop giving a law degree. Study law at the Temple of Hip Hop. Harvard would be like, get the fuck out of here. What are y'all talking about? Yale, law degree. Come on, they'd be like, what are you talking about? Put 100 years under your belt first before you think you can come here with a certain. Well, the same thing applies to hip hop. Put 50 years under your belt first before you start pushing certifications and degrees for our culture. No, our culture is our culture. And we build our culture from our culture. What we don't have, we do without. We reach for our culture and we eat and live from our culture. And so DJ Scott LaRock is my teacher. Among others, these are the first teachers. These are my first teachers. And of course, I'm not talking about how these people may have influenced me as a rapper. I'm talking about these people as my actual teachers. They corrected me. They gave me information. They told me what happened before I was hip hop. They told me what happened before I became an MC and why things were the way they were. It is they also that eventually called me teacher and then master teacher. I earned my title. In addition to having been directly informed and even trained by hip-hop's actual originators, I earned my cultural status as teacher by openly establishing the image and character of a hip-hop teacher when it was not cool to do so. And everyone knows this. See, this is another part about hip-hop's master teacher. I don't got to explain myself. Everyone knows this. I'm explaining myself now because some of y'all don't know this. But those that are my age or have originated this hip hop, they know everything I'm saying here is already known. Everyone informed about hip hop's actual history knows that in the early days of hip hop as rap music entertainment, no one wanted to be a rapping teacher. Very few of us, including myself, had any admiration for teachers or for public school itself. Not only were both the teachers and the school boring, we also knew that these people and their institutions did not have our best interests in mind. So, at the time of hip hop's early development, it was not cool as a rapper to call oneself a teacher. In addition, and culturally at the time, being educated or appearing intelligent in the hood was considered not cool. Imagine that. But some of us knew otherwise. Groups like the 5 Percenters, Zulu Nation, the Nation of Islam, among others, produced some of our greatest street scholars who eventually became rappers, DJs, and breakers. Still, however, a rapping teacher was not the image that one would adopt if one was attempting to impress or grab the attention of the early hip hop audience, the early rap audience. This idea and the image of this idea begins with KRS-One. The idea of a hip hop teacher begins with KRS-One. And I say this humbly, but truthfully. And also as a protection against those who want to exploit our hip hop culture, our hip hop cultural heritage, as well as the teaching profession itself. From the very beginning of my career as an MC, rapper, I made it clear that I was here to actually teach. Beginning with my name, knowledge reigns supreme over nearly everyone, KRS-One, to writing one of the first attempts at an authentic hip hop history, South Bronx, 1986, to introducing such concepts as edutainment, which is my main rhyming style, to actually rhyming in a teaching style about vegetarianism, metaphysics, and Black history, backed up with numerous honorary degrees, city proclamations, certifications of excellence, confirming my title as teacher, along with having written the first Science of Rap, 1995, and the first Gospel of Hip Hop, 2009. It is clear who hip hop's real teacher is, not to mention the establishment of the Stop the Violence movement in 1989, Human Education Against Lies, 1991, while being the first to teach hip hop in over 500 universities and colleges. None of this was happening or actually happened within early hip hop before KRS-One. None of this was going on. And this is what's important. This is why we're putting this into the record. The idea of being educated, intelligent, and conscious as a rapper and as a hip hopper began and developed with KRS-One. And again, every serious scholar, everyone serious about hip hop already knows this. And again, the reason I'm saying this is because major institutions are trying to take this from us by ignoring these facts, ignoring the truth. This is how they exploit the culture. When you ignore the facts, you can do anything. Somebody tells you, I'm the rightful king. You say, no, you're not. You say, no, yes, I am. They say, no, you're not. Now it becomes a contest. But the contest is illusion because you are the rightful king. It's just somebody else over here says you're not. So now you have to prove that you are the king because somebody else is saying that you're not, and they might be a threat to your entire enterprise. Now you have to go to war. Now you have to lock somebody up. Now you got to punch somebody in the face. Now you have to teach. This is the point to being a culture's real master teacher. Everybody already knows the status of a true master teacher within the culture he teaches or she teaches. The culture already knows its teacher and how such a teacher became the teacher. From a cultural point of view, a culture's first teacher does not have to be introduced. Did you hear that? A culture's first teacher does not have to be introduced. He, she is already known throughout the culture as the teacher. Such a cultural teacher is not validated or accredited by any outside institution. A culture's first teacher or teachers are validated first by the culture that such a teacher is already teaching. Hip hop is street, and the streets have a certain way about it, a certain attitude and character about it. In its early days, hip hop reflected this urban attitude, which included a disdain for teachers and for the educated in general, because these types of people, because of their education, which didn't make any sense to us at all, felt and acted as if they were indeed our superiors. At the time, to be educated in America meant talking like, dressing like, thinking like, and acting like white people exclusively. Hip hop was not about this at all. Even the white folks that participated in early hip hop rejected this form of social assimilation, forced assimilation. So when I proclaimed myself as teacher, such an image was not really acceptable or cool within hip hop at the time. Hip hop always respected knowledge, but not as a rap image or as an MC rapper. Over many years, I had to earn this title from the actual culture and community of hip hop itself, and even convince the early hip hop community that it needed a teacher. This begins my claim and verifiable origin. These are key words. Claimed and verifiable origin and authorship within hip hop's real culture as its real teacher, which is not counterfeit or copied. That definition is the definition of authentic. And again, everybody knows this. During his 2021 induction speech at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, rapper Jay-Z, recalling the early days of his own career, confirmed, quote, "And then KRS-ONE, he was a teacher. And at the time, it wasn't even cool to be smart. Like, if you had a book, they'd be like, look at this nigga with a book. He made it cool for us to have books and be smart. So I could carry my little green notebook that my mom bought me. I could carry it around the projects because of KRS-ONE," end quote. That's Jay-Z. Now, when you are a culture's teacher, it's the culture that has to call you teacher, not some outside institution. And that's why I'm reading this to you. Shout out to Jay-Z, by the way. That's why I'm reading this to you. This is just one of many that have already said in articles, books, this, that, and the other. Yo, KRS is the teacher, and the teacher said, and according to the teacher, So how are these institutions certifying these other teachers or claiming to have courses and classes on hip hop and ignore the original master teacher and his teachings? That's called theft. That's theft. And that's theft of hip hop's intellectual property, not theft from KRS-ONE. I'm who I am. What they're trying to do is push me out the way so that they can make money on the teaching of hip hop. We're not allowing that. Sorry, not going down. So I quote Jay-Z real quick. Let me quote some others as well, because like I'm saying, the quotes is the real validation. Your culture has to say you are the teacher. You can't say to the culture, I'm the teacher. And then the culture says, you ain't our teacher. And you say, but I am. And you say, no, you're not. You can say you the teacher all day. And that's what I said about earning your respect. When I first said I was the teacher, the culture was like, well, let's see. Who are you? I had to battle for that name. Dudes tried to diss the teacher. Tried to diss the whole concept of a teacher. Had to get on the mic and put him in check real quick. Okay, so I earned the respect as teacher. Now that we made this a respectable profession in hip hop, even a prestigious profession in hip hop, these corporate universities only looking to make a fast buck on a study want to now come and capitalize, exploit our little teaching profession. That's what we're talking about today. The protection of that. We're not going to allow them to do to the teaching profession what they did to rap music, or what they attempted to do to rap music. It is clear to all who are part of the culture who the teacher is and what he teaches. His institution is well known. His skill mastery, well known. And his books and other published works are already part of the culture's understanding of itself. This is what I'm saying. How are you ignoring all that? Anywhere and at any time in the world, a culture's first teacher is a master at what he teaches, and he is recognized by his peers as such. This is the thing. I call myself the master teacher, but who else is in the culture? This can't just be in your head. It is not the first teacher that claims to be great. It is not the first teacher that claims to be great. It is her peers that confirm this cultural status first amongst themselves within the culture, then to the rest of the world as a fact. Looking at breathing life, hip hop and rap culture. This is an article written by Chuck D of Public Enemy, which appeared in the 2020 Smithsonian Anthology of Hip Hop and Rap. Now, this is written by Chuck D in a Smithsonian hip hop book. His quote, his Chuck quote. And again, look who I'm quoting. I'm going from Jay-Z to Chuck D. So we get a full gamut of our culture. Quote, this is Chuck. If a microphone was available, wait, this is Chuck, who also appeared August 12, 2023 in front of 1520 Sedgwick Avenue and threw on Fight the Fucking Power with Flavor Flav. It was sickening. I couldn't take it. Okay? I couldn't take it. That Chuck D wrote this. If a microphone was available and a DJ allowed it on top of his record manipulation, the final accepted element was the move the crowd, or in layman's term, master of ceremonies. MC KRS-ONE, the greatest MC of all time. Thanks, Chuck. And look at this. If you see how it's written, it says MC KRS, comma, the greatest MC of all time, and comma. There's no one of, among the. Chuck said, MC KRS, the greatest MC of all time, was the champion of all four of these elements. He, KRS, made hip hop and rap music comparable to all other cultural forms that include sound, sight, style, and storytelling. He just spoke my whole teaching career right there in that one sentence. Right there. He just did it right there. Okay. He says, he made hip hop and rap music comparable to other cultural forms. Look how he wrote this. Cultural forms that include sound, sight, style, and storytelling. That's culture. Musically, KRS-One's live performances did as much work as a band with a bass player, a guitarist, a drummer, and a keyboard player and a vocalist. Here's the other part. In many ways, he made hip-hop the late 20th century term for a form of expression that combines and reinvents creativity. This connects me to Grandmaster Caz's statement. Hip-hop did not invent anything, it reinvented everything. So, oh, that's end quote on reinvents creativity, end quote. That's Chuck D. I cite that we're dealing with scholarship. This is not about me reading myself, reading, the Grandize here. I have to keep saying this, okay? What I'm trying to show you here is what's being ignored and how the theft is taking place and how the theft of many cultures took place, which is why we're on guard, okay? You have to get the validation from the culture that you claim to be the teacher of. If Tony Tone don't know you, how are you a hip hop teacher? If Grandmaster Flash or somebody out of Zulu Nation or somebody affiliated with Cool Herc, if not Herc himself or Bam himself or Flash or any of these people, Jazzy J even, or anybody, if they have not validated you, how are you saying you a hip hop teacher? And not even one of them. Like say KRS-ONE comes and says you're a hip hop teacher. You are a hip hop cultural specialist. KRS-ONE has ordained you through the Temple of Hip Hop a hip hop cultural specialist. But as you read the gospel of hip hop, you notice that a hip hop cultural specialist has also received letters or some other kind of recorded validation from at least 3 other hip hop icons. Some other pioneer. Do they validate you? Do they know you? When you start talking, does a hip hop pioneer goes, yeah, I know the young blood. I know that blood. I know who that is. No, people are stepping up saying, I'm a hip hop scholar, and nobody knows you in the culture, in the real culture. Nobody knows you. So a culture's real teachers are known by the culture. That's why the Temple of Hip Hop exists, because there, when you become a hip hop teacher, your photograph and your name is taken down. You're put on the website, okay? Icons could go to the website and see who has been certified, or you have been taught directly by them because you was in the class when we invited Tony Toe to come through and talk up the origin of this whole thing. You're sitting there with your pen and pad, getting it out his mouth before he passes, before I pass, before any of us go. You need to get this out of our mouths, because in the future, so many people are going to be trying to say they was this and they was that and they were the teachers and their institutions was the real institutions. That's why we're putting this down today, and we're putting it down in 2023. Imagine that. We still the first in 2023, and we've been doing this since 73. Wow, really? Temple of Hip Hop's 1996. We've been doing this since 96. That's why Chuck can say what he said. He saw it for himself and then said, let me write this up real quick. And used me as an example. I'm not, the anthology of hip hop, it's not about me. This anthology is teaching people outside of our culture who's the movers and shakers, who did what, blah, 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 blah. So they bring me here as hip hop's teacher. That's the second time the Smithsonian is acknowledging that. Once it's in the National African American Museum, and here now within their Smithsonian Anthology of Hip Hop and Rap anthology. This is what they're going through. But let's go further, okay? Let's go further. Turning to hashtag hip hop ED. Hip Hop Ed, the compilation on hip hop education by Christopher Emden and Edmund Adjapong, Adjapong, Adjapong. These are scholars. These are hip hop scholars, okay? Now let me show you the difference, okay? There are many books written on hip hop that I think are great that don't include me. They may quote me once or twice here or there, but they don't really lay me out the way these dudes get ready to do. The reason I'm citing them is because I'm going from Jay-Z, which is considered a mainstream, and Jay-Z, I know you don't think of yourself like this, but Jay-Z is considered the top mainstream rapper, the most successful of the rappers. Some would even say the most successful hip hop. As far as financial, the world, businesses, even in terms of hip hop's music business. You know, Jay-Z has several companies that deal with hip hop's business. He's considered the most successful. And the culture recognizes that. That's not him saying it or somebody else saying, or just because somebody else said it, don't mean it's true. Hip hop's culture recognizes the rise of Jay-Z and even Rockefeller and others. I was with Freeway and Beanie Siegel just last night. They threw on a few rock joints. Rock Nation, this place got stupid, okay? It was dope. But we watched that. We watched Jay-Z's rise, okay, through the culture to become the success that he is. But that's Jay-Z. He's us. He's with us. Put that to the side. Now go over to Chuck D, who's also with us, but considered more of the revolutionary, more of the one speaking out against the injustices of the society. Let us see now what that person has to say about the same teacher. About the same teacher. This is how you judge yourself. That's what I'm saying. This is how you gauge yourself. You know what I'm saying? Let's get the whole gamut going. Not just conscious rappers and gangsters or this, that, and the other teachers and this, that. No, we want to hear from the most successful. We want to hear from the gangsters. We want to hear from gangs. We want to hear from scholars, prophets, philosophers. The entire culture, comedians, sex, these hoes, these bad bitches, okay? Them too. Everyone must recognize you as the teacher, whether they agree with you or not, whether they're doing the same music, whether they have the same expression, none of that matters. If you call yourself a hip-hop teacher, the whole of hip-hop has to agree that you are the teacher for you to be the teacher. Otherwise, you're just a teacher in your own mind. No one knows you and no one respects what you are about. Period. Now, when it comes to KRS-ONE, however, I hold this respect. My whole culture knows who I am. No matter what you are doing in this culture, you know who the teacher is. That's a culture's teacher. And so we set up the temple of hip hop so that the teachers that are to come after me can enjoy the same cultural authenticity. We turn it into a system of authenticity where when you finish a temple of hip hop's course, your face and name and title goes up in a database. So even you, if you're ever questioned on your authenticity, you could go right to the database or pull up your bio. This is what I've completed. This is who, how, and what. This is my degree to teach. This is my certification. And it's rooted in the culture itself, not from some other place, but those that made hip hop are the ones that gave you your certification. That's what the temple of hip hop is about. That's what being a teacher of the temple is all about. You are authentic. That's what this is about. So we go from Jay-Z, which is one spectrum of hip hop, to Chuck D, another spectrum in hip hop. From there to there, we now go to some educators. Now we go to the scholars in the culture. Shout out to Michael Eric Dyson. Shout out to Dr. James Peterson. Shout out to Dr. Cornel West, who actually made an album, rapping on the albums. Okay? Shout out to those professors that participate in hip hop's culture and try to do the real research or, try to be part of it. One thing I love about Michael Eric Dyson, Michael, if you're listening to me, one thing I love about Michael Eric Dyson is that he actually raps. Okay, if you walk up to Michael and said, yo, let's battle, he may have to throw some Tupac on you, but he can do it. Same thing with Dr. Cornel West. He will tell you himself, I'm more with funk and soul myself. I'm more of a Parliament Funkadelic dude myself. That's what Dr. West will tell you. But when it was time to rep the culture, this dude went out for us and then made his own album. On top of that, okay, you ain't got nothing to say about Dr. West, who's, by the way, running for president. That's a hip hopper running for president, right there. And the Temple of Hip Hop may actually endorse him as president, at least president for hip hop. What an elder to have as like start up a president for hip hop. Like start that up, and we say Dr. Cornel West is the first president of hip hop. And after him, we're going to vote in the president of hip hop. And the president of hip hop is going to get voted in. If the president of hip hop is going to get voted in according to the schedule of the United States president. So every 4 years, 2024, we elect Dr. Cornel West as hip hop's first president. 4 years later, we elect another president, or whatever, have him serve. But follow the United States deal. Just follow it with our own presidency. Think about that for a minute. Think about that for a minute. We could start with Dr. Cornel West, but we could also go to Eric B. for president. Well, why can't we just name Eric B. the president of hip hop? When I was at City Hall, New York City City Hall, standing with government officials, including Mayor Eric Adams, we were announcing our free concerts to the city of New York. Eric B. was there. So was Peter Guns. Are you going to listen to the rap music, or are you going to look at the culture? If you look at the culture, we say, well, look, we're trying to make a lot of our cultural visions real. A lot of our dreams, we wanted to come true. So Eric B. is president. And now Dr. Cornel West is actually running for president. So here now, the scholars of the culture, okay, those educators in other universities and stuff, achieved great accolades in these other universities, but feel as though hip hop is their culture and they stay true to it. They're ours. That's who I'm talking to, even in these calls, those kinds of professors. Those that want the truth and tune into these kinds of calls so that they can get the truth. That's what I'm reading from right now. There's two professors, and I read their whole book, but I'm talking about myself right now. So here's what they said about me. This is #HipHopED, the compilation on hip hop education. Okay, these are some scholars talking about how we're going to use hip hop for education, or how you're supposed to present hip hop as education. But here they say, in their book, they say, KRS-ONE, who is one of the greatest MCs in hip hop. Notice how they say one of. Greatest MC. Chuck D went right to the greatest. Here's a little more civilized. KRS-ONE, who is one of the greatest MCs in hip hop, calls himself the teacher. And in his recordings, performances, and lectures, consistently provides a model for what teaching should look like. Stop. Now that's a really big compliment coming from educators to a junior high school dropout. Stop here for a minute and just ponder this for a minute. These are serious educators PhDs, master's degree. These dudes is in the schools teaching kids every day. Here's what they write. KRS-One, who is one of the greatest MCs in hip-hop, calls himself the teacher, and in his recordings, performances, and lectures, consistently provides a model for what teaching should look like. His identity as teacher takes on new forms in each project he releases and each performance presentation he delivers to the public. Palmer, 2009. They quoted some of this from Priya Palmer, another PhD that did her dissertation on KRS, a famous book she has out called Knowledge Reigns Supreme. It was her dissertation, I think at either Brooklyn College or Columbia University, one of these places. But she blew up with this book on KRS-One as her dissertation. They're quoting her, another PhD quoting this PhD. They're talking about KRS-One. The KRS in KRS-One stands for Knowledge Reigns Supreme. And through his name and his identity as teacher, he showcases the power and significance of teaching as gaining new knowledge. And that's true. The idea of teaching as gaining new knowledge, not just I know something and I'm going to give it to you. No, the idea of teaching has to do with gaining new knowledge and regurgitating, not even but putting forward that new knowledge. You can't be afraid to say something new. Gaining new knowledge. KRS-One moves educators to the recognition that the new knowledge gained from studying with the youth is the premier goal of the educator. The premier goal is to gain new knowledge with your students. Not sit there from on high and say, I am the teacher, now learn from me. No, they clearly understand my teaching style. Look, KRS-One moves educators to the recognition, because they don't recognize this, that the new knowledge gained from studying with the youth is the premier goal of the educator, to get new knowledge, studying with your youth, with your students. In the contemporary era, like now, okay, artists like Kendrick Lamar take on this role of teacher as they disseminate new knowledge, challenge systems, and do so while maintaining their hip-hop authenticity. And there's that word again, authenticity. You see, it's not about some kind of self-aggrandizement or calling yourself something because it sounds good as an attachment to your name. Hip-hop's actual teacher is a real office in our real culture, because the office of teacher is a real office in every culture. Beyond just a name, I openly taught the culture about itself, and I will continue to do this. In fact, I'm doing this right now. So I'm gonna stop here with this. Hold up. Stop here real quick. Yep, that's where I stop. So, and I'll jump to this part. This I want to emphasize this piece right here, this last piece. Knowing that KRS-One is hip hop's first master teacher is not for me to know. It is for you to know. It is for you to know where your teaching of hip hop originates and why it is authentic and authoritative. People are quick to degrade and demean that which is not theirs, or that which they did not create. But hip-hop's authentic teachers are grounded in the foundation of what they teach. No one outside of hip-hop can tell us anything about hip-hop. We are the authorities here, and no one can tell us or our children that hip-hop and the teaching of it originates with them. This is why it is important to know who and what KRS-One is in and to hip-hop. Again, such acknowledgement is not for KRS-One's aggrandizement. Such an acknowledgement is for your own empowerment as a real hip-hop teacher, knowing that you are learning from an original source and that your teaching of hip hop is grounded in truth and supported by hip hop's actual culture, the actual culture. The last thing a real hip hop teacher wants to be known as is a fraud. This too is important to know at the top of our study, because right now, as you hear these words, there are deliberate attempts by too many universities, colleges, cultural centers, museums, and other learning institutions to simply take our culture, hip hop, and interpret it, even exploit it academically for their own financial, social, or political gain. This authentic introduction to hip hop prevents such exploitation by offering not only the correct teaching of hip hop for hip hoppers, but such a teaching also establishes a unifying language for hip hop's real teachers. It is through our unified cultural language that we not only pass on the best parts of our culture to preceding generations of hip hoppers, but it is through our cultural language that we form the basis of our unity as an urban culture. Unity in language and thus in thought is the core of any culture. The unbroken continuity that hip hop's teachers share through knowledge and through language is our intellectual strength, our cultural unity. Our language is our unity, y'all. This is the actual formation of our hip hop heritage, a heritage that our children shall always rely upon into the future. But again, the key to the transference of such a heritage, such a culture, is the continuity of its cultural language. And this is the bond that unites us as hip hop's teachers. In sociology, it's a book called Sociology, the textbook. In the sociology textbook, the book called Society, the Basics, sixth edition by John J. Massionis. He confirms, quote, language not only facilitates communication, it also ensures the continuity of culture. This is important. Language, whether spoken or written, is a cultural heritage in coded form. It is the key to cultural transmission, the process by which one generation passes culture to the next. The process by which one generation passes its culture to the next generation is based on a unified language. We have to have a unity in language. Now, that language is not just language like English. I'm speaking English now. No. That language, as far as broad society is concerned, yes. English language delivers English culture. French language, French culture. This is why our ancestors were forced taught at gunpoint never to speak their own language again, because that was supposed to destroy their culture. It didn't work because culture is larger than language, but the technique of transferring one culture to another, the main technique, especially in Western cultures, is language. It's language. Art is another way. Graphic art delivers culture. Dance delivers culture. Food and recipes deliver culture too. And I mean culture. But language, that's that intellectual piece. Language transfers culture as well. And as teachers, we have to be clear with the language we're speaking. That's why we have a gospel for hip hop. That's why we teach 9 elements, 3 natures to hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, and hip hop. We spell hip hop in 3 different ways. We spell hip hop with a capital H. We start hip hop at 1520 Sedgwick Avenue, August 11th, 1973. Kool Herc, Cindy, this kind of thing. This is where we start. This is a language. That's a cultural language. Hip hop's teachers speak in that language. If you come from the temple of hip hop, you have a certain hip hop mythology that you speak. Now we know, and we teach at the temple of hip hop, We know that that flyer is a fake. And we also know that hip hop begins long before we teach paleoanthropology. So we know that we don't start hip hop in 1973 with Kool Herc. First of all, you can start, even if you start in 73 with Kool Herc, you got to admit that that Kool Herc was Jamaican and came from somewhere else. So did hip hop really start in the Bronx, or does it start in Jamaica? You know, where the families of Herc, Bam, and Flash originate. Well, Flash, I think, is Cayman Islands, but you know, these West Indian people, these Caribbean people, even if you throw in now the whole of Puerto Rico, these Caribbean people, this is who creates hip hop. But that's deeper study. That's a deeper study. And on the surface, our unifying language is 1520 Sedgwick Avenue, you know, August 11th, 1973, Kool Herc. That's a unifying language. So we teach that language. We teach 9 elements to hip hop. We teach the core 4, breaking, MCing, graffiti, or DJ, and then the other 5 of beatboxing, street fashion, language, knowledge, entrepreneurial skills. We teach 3 spellings. Like this is our language. When we unify around that language, things like rap is something we do, hip hop is something we live. Can you finish the sentence? If I said rap is something we do, can you finish the sentence? Hip hop is something we live. If I say we are not just doing hip hop, can you finish the sentence? We are hip hop. If I said hip, will you say hop as a greeting? I say hip, you say hop. Or if you come to me and say hip, I say to you hop. This is our coded language that keeps our culture intact and keeps thieves and frauds outside the culture. We're coming up on 2 hours now and 30 minutes. I told you our read was going to be long, and it is, because we're getting this teacher thing down. Gospel of hip hop. Look at my gospel all chewed up, because this is what your gospel's supposed to look like. Look at that. It's not even here no more. No, we've been in this book now for like 5 years, okay? And this is my original gospel right here. Let me take you. I'm gonna read the gospel real quick. And
12 years. 12 years. Oh, you're talking about on this. I was about to say 12 years, brother.
No, what you say?
No, you've been 14 years. 14 years.
That the gospel's in existence.
Yeah.
Right, we've been reading the gospel for 14 years. But no, let's stretch it down just to the last 3. The last 2 years, those of us that started to read the gospel in the last 2 or 3 years, and we started from the beginning and we went all the way to the end, okay? You guys should be rising up faster than anybody. Don't just sit there and watch me. This gospel is an attitude about life. Let me show it to you. So I'm going to read this whole piece here. Turn your gospel to page 473. 473. That's where we at, y'all. 473. We are looking at the 11th overstanding, which is called the TEACHA. And that's what we're talking about today. I want to turn your attention to the at the end. It's page 473. You're looking at the last paragraph, which is paragraph 41. But you know what, though? I'm going to take you up to 36. And here's why. Because when we last wrote this, and matter of fact, let me just go through it. When we last spoke this, we went through this. This lesson as teacher was a deep lesson for us, and we stayed on this lesson a few Sundays. And here's why. So we broke this lesson up. I'm going to go over this with you now. We broke this lesson up. The introduction to, okay, so at paragraph 1, if you want to go to 465, page 465, which is the beginning of the 11th overstanding, the teacher, okay? You'll notice that we broke these lessons up into 5 lessons. Now let me go through those 5 with you. We're only going to read one of them. The first lesson had to do with temple apprenticeship. That lesson was from paragraph 1 all the way to paragraph 19. From 1 to 19 was lesson 1. From paragraphs 20 to paragraph 29. From paragraph 20 to paragraph 29 was lesson 2. Now, lesson 1 was called the temple apprenticeship. It was an introduction to the temple's apprenticeship. That's lesson 1, the teacher. Lesson 1, so that goes from paragraph 1 to paragraph 19. Then from paragraph 20 to paragraph 29, you have conduct of our society. This was the conduct of our society. That was lesson 2, starting at paragraph 20. That went from paragraph 20 to paragraph 29. At paragraph 30, which is lesson 3, this is KRS-ONE's declaration to his apprentice and students. So this starts, this is KRS-ONE, what I'm telling you, like when you come to learn from me, this is what I'm opening up, my opening remarks to you. But as a teacher, any teacher can use these as opening remarks to the students or apprentice. That is KRS-ONE's declaration to his apprentices. That is from 30, paragraph 30 to 35. Okay? 30 to 30. What I'm going to read here is paragraph 4. I'm sorry, wait. Let me continue. So 30 to 35 is lesson 3. Lesson 4 begins at paragraph 36. Lesson 4 begins at paragraph 36 and goes all the way to paragraph 54. Paragraph 55 is the description of the teacher. And if I didn't say it, paragraph 4 is a description and standard of the hip hop teacher. That's what we're going to read. A description and standard of the hip hop teacher. What is a hip hop teacher? That's lesson 4. That goes all the way to paragraph 54, from 36 to 54. That's what we're going to read right now. Paragraph 55 is a description of the teacher, a description, a further description of a hip hop teacher. And there, wait a minute. That goes all the way, lesson 5, goes all the way to 107. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. Come back again, sorry. Goes to paragraph 128. Paragraph 5, which is a description of a hip hop teacher, goes all the way to paragraph 128, a description of the hip hop learning institution. So notice how we have a description of the teacher and a description of the learning institution that teacher is part of. Okay, that's the 6 lessons of the teacher. Now, go back to page 473. And let me read these paragraphs to you. We're reading we're starting from paragraph, wait a minute. We're on page 473, and we're reading paragraph 36. Know this, everyone is a teacher through speech, personal character, clothing, achievements, validations, reputation, and other socially defining symbols of status. We are all teaching each other in a variety of ways. Some people are aware that they are inspiring and teaching others. However, most people go through life unconscious of their influence upon others. Every little thing that we do publicly influences, inspires, and teaches in some way those who may be observing what we are doing. Our clothing styles, hairstyles, speech styles, races, etc., teach others about the society in which we live, what is acceptable behavior, and what our group is all about. Everyone is part of some sort of group. Everyone is part of some sort of group. Racial, professional, political, spiritual, and the way that you conduct yourself and represent yourself teaches others about you and your group. Of course, no one wants to be stereotyped, but still the truth is that whether you are conscious of it or unconscious of it, with everything that we do and say, we are indeed teaching and influencing others. The questions are, what exactly are you teaching? What exactly are you instructing people to do? For when the attuned hip hopper has realized that it is one's total self, not just one's mouth, that is communicating all sorts of ideas to others, and that those ideas shall one day actualize themselves in real life, such a hip hopper seeks to communicate only peace and prosperity. Such a hip hopper is called a teacher. Different from a teacher, T-E-A-C-H-E-R, teacher, T-E-A-C-H-A, is the title of a spiritually aware hip hopper. Teachers, T-E-A-C-H-A-S, live the gospel of hip hop, and they teach its principles to all interested people. To be called teacher, one must successfully live and teach the gospel of hip hop. This is the point. And I'm talking about to be a teacher, a T-E-A-C-H-A, which is a little different from a T-E-A-C-H-E-R. A T-E-A-C-H-A is one, to be a T-E-A-C-H-A, one must successfully, that's the key word, successfully live and teach the gospel of hip hop. One must defy the random urges of the flesh, speak productively, help and give freely, be unaffected by changing attitudes and conditions, and be content with the presence of God. This is the gospel. Now, let me go over that with you one more time, because that is a lot. A lot was said there. Let's go over it. To be the teacher, one must defy the random urges of the flesh. I do it all the time. In fact, I'm getting ready to go back into a fasting and meditation because I'm getting ready to enter the temple. So we was talking about this yesterday, about entering the temple at 55 Ludlow Street means that we have to enter these temples first. Not even first, but while we are entering our temple, let us enter the inward temple here. Let us go into our inner city, clean out, okay? Let's lean more toward that vegetarian diet. Let's get a little more closer. You know, I've been just eating, okay? I just been eating, okay? But now it's time to get a little more of that green vegetable in you. Hit your vitamins, your minerals, drink more water now than wine and other beverages. It's time to go in that direction and not cut everything off and I'm just going cold turkey. We don't preach that here. What we preach though is this leaning over, this leaning over. You know it's time to enter your temple, so prove to yourself that you are who you say you are. You ain't got to prove this to nobody else. You got to prove it to yourself. And when you prove this to yourself, spiritual abilities come over you. And it's real. It's real life like that. Once you convince yourself that you are who you say you are, you start seeing and experiencing the results of your own thinking. So first, the random urges of the flesh. And it's random. You don't have to get, look, I want a piece of cake. I want to fucking do something. Whatever it is, do it. Okay? But you know, every once in a while, you got to reel it in, my G. You got to pull this in. Okay? Don't just go a whole year drinking, smoking, the chocolate cake. I'm just out. Okay? Nah. There comes a time in that year where you got to put that weed down, my G. You don't have to smoke all day, every day. Give yourself a 3-day. If you can get to 7 days, how about a month? Doctors say that to clean your body out of anything, you need 21 days. A 21-day detox clears your body out. You know, that with water and, you know, not putting the same thing back in the body, but a 21-day detox. Now might be that time. 21 days is probably, you know, a little much for those that, you know, just had the chocolate ice cream. But try. The idea of spiritual knowledge or spiritual strength is not the completion of the act, but the intent to complete the act. That's the point. Yes, there's no excuses. Complete the act. Complete the discipline. But even if you fall short of completing the discipline, it is that you tried. Your intent was to eat more green vegetables. Your intent was to drink more water, to exercise, to walk more. Less of the car, more of the bike. Less of the elevator, more of the stairs. That intent is what raises you spiritually. Now, physically, you want to actually stop the intake of that sugar, stop that salt, dairy, flour. Come on now. You can lessen that red meat a little bit. You can get off that fried chicken. You can lean over toward those fruits and those vegetables. And those that could take a fish diet, move over to steamed and broiled and baked fish in that sense. This is the time to do that because we're entering our temple. Now, me, I am the teacher, no doubt. So this is my reflex. I know I'm going into a temple, a physical edifice, so it's time for me to go into this temple. Lose some weight as well. And do all of that. This is the time to do it. This is the time to do it.
While Poison is playing in the background.
Poison. Our neighbors. He's still doing that barbecue out there? Yeah. He's been barbecuing for like 3 days. We got these neighbors over here. They just jamming and partying. It seems like the music went up since they know we here. They just turn it up like all type of, you know. Right now they got Belle Biv DeVoe on. It's Poison, right? That girl is poison. And we talking about the poison. Get it out of your body. We're teaching in real time, so you shouldn't be shocked at that at all. That the background of the universe is right. That shit is poison in the background. No, you gotta. We're entering our temple. It's time to clean out. It's time to clean the temple, and the physical temple could use some cleaning too. By the way, the windows is dirty. You know, we just took over an abandoned recreation center. Okay, it's dirty in there. We got to get it in clean, you know, and then on top of that, keep it clean for the duration of our existence there. We're going to be scrubbing the walls for years, okay? So I'm just saying, in this first one, I'm just going through each one of these Okay, look at this. One must defy the random urges of the flesh. That's the teacher. Random urges. Not I'm giving it up and I'll never do that again. No, you use these temptations to your advantage to prove to yourself that you are who you say you are. And get this too, because I do it all the time. You can always go back to it. Once you get this habit going, you find that the more you deny yourself pleasure, the better the pleasure is when you get it. So a lot of times I say, nah, I don't want that now. I know I want it now, but I say, nope, I'm gonna push it off, and I'm gonna push it off, and I'm gonna push it off. Until finally you say, nah, I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna go get that, I'm gonna eat that, I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna do this, whatever it is. But when you get there, you know 4 other times, 7 other times, you denied yourself first. You denied yourself first. You walk past the Hennessy 7 times first. And really walk past it. Not just there's the Hennessy and you go past 7 times. I say, I went past 7 times. Pour me a glass. No, that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about 7 whole times. The Hennessy is there. You want to shout at the Henny. You say, nah, not today. Henny stays there. 2, 3, 4, 5 hours go by, or days. To say hours, go by. 5 hours. You forget about the Henny. You go back to the room. Damn, the Henny there. Nah, I'm going to deny myself that. I'm not going to do it. That's twice now. You say, I'm who I say I am. The Henny don't rule me. I rule the Henny. The Hennessy, for those that don't know what I'm talking about. The Hennessy or the Dorche or whatever, the XXO. It's all there. I'm going to walk past it 7 times. Deny myself a drink. Somebody sparked up a spliff. Weed smelling good. Yo, you want some of this? Nah. I'm fasting. You just proving to yourself who you say you are. Next time somebody come by. Yo, you want some of this? Yeah, my nigga. Let me get that right now. But here's the thing. You already proved to yourself you didn't have to do that. That's the discipline. So when you grab it, you have evidence that you don't have to grab it. But the one who never denies himself the pleasure does not know that he or she is above the pleasure. So the next time somebody offers you that spliff, yo, you want to smoke this? Deny yourself. 7 times. 7 days. Somebody offers you the spliff. You said, nope. I don't need that right now. I'm proving to myself that I am above these temptations, these pleasures, these chocolate cakes. I'm above that. I am the teacher. And so you go on. Now the 8th time, someone says, you sure? You say, come on, give me that shit. Let me smoke this thing now. You got 7 other times. And it works. Because you'll notice you hit that spliff one time and feel like, why am I doing this right now? You hit that drink, boop. Why did I need? I didn't even need it. But you'll notice that a lot of what you're doing is habit. A lot of what you're doing, you're just doing it. This is what it means to be hip to your hop. That's why hip hop is the ultimate enlightenment. Do you know why you're doing what you're doing? Or are you just being compelled and moved along by the weather, by temperature, by temptation, by fear, by want? These are the things that are moving you. Why are you moving? Because I'm scared. I got to get away from that. Why are you moving? Because I want. I got to get that. Why are you moving? Because it's hot. Why are you moving? Because I'm hungry. Why? All of this is moving you. How are you supposed to get to your success? How are you supposed to think in your mind, I want to be here? Or better yet, I am this. I am this, and this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to be. This is what I'm going to do. This is who I am. I've defined my existence. Now, how you're supposed to get to that existence is if you say in your mind, I want to dance, but your arms keep doing something other than dancing. You can't control your own arms. And think about this, because you say, what do you mean, Chris? You can't. I can control my own arms. No, you can't. Most people can't even control their own eyes. The temple of the gospel of hip hop talks about that. How most people cannot even control their eyes.
Might as well go to it, page 327.
Damn. Do I have to go to page 327, someone? What? Wait a minute. 327.
You start at 326, 59.
Nah, I'm going to start at 60. Paragraph 60 on page 327. They may say that they are looking for God, but this statement is actually said figuratively. In reality, their eyes are in control of them. They say that they are looking for God as an example, but their own eyes disagree. You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me right now. Okay, they disagree with them. The eyes themselves look wherever they choose to look, regardless of what the man says he wants for himself. This is crazy. This is self-oppression. I will take that in. We did read that. And that's all. That you're, as an example, can you control your eyes? This is a spiritual example for the hip-hop teachers, not part of this lesson, but it is. Because what I'm talking about is just this first line right here. One must defy the random urges of the flesh. You ain't going to do that unless you can control your own eyes. And when you live in the inner city, come on, male and female, okay? Women are looking at dudes. Look at him. Ooh. You claim you're looking for God. You're looking for dudes. Men out in the street. You claim you're looking for God. No, you're looking for chicks. Let's be honest. Let's just be honest. Let's just be real. Let's just be real with it. Fat ass goes by the street. You like, yo! I mean, we're in urban environments, okay? So all types of, I'm talking for men, all types of women are out there, okay? Dressed in all kinds of ways. You're in an urban environment. Where's your eye in an urban environment? Women walking by tempting men all day, okay? All day, and it's temptation. The clothes that women wear, some women, I was even saying most, not all, most. Matter of fact, just look outside your window. You're listening to me right now, and look at what these women got on, okay? Now, you as a man, you look outside that window. Do you see God? Like, as an example, you look outside your window. There's all these women running around with all types of stuff on and not on, okay, clothing-wise. But do you see the tree that they're walking past? The tree. There's a tree. Mostly in every street corner on the streets, there's usually a tree. Do you see the tree? Because that's where God is, where the tree is. But we don't look at the trees. The tree right there. But we don't see the tree. We see that fat ass. That's what we see. And I wrote this years ago. You can't trust a big butt and a smile. Nobody listen. Okay, listen. Ass has got fatter. Oh, that's the same group. The same group. You can't trust a big butt and a smile. That girl is. Same song. Wow, the universe is talking to us. Wow. Anyway, okay, you a man, you looking, are you being distracted? Are you being tempted? And you got to do this in your own being. This is what I mean about going inside your temple. and cleaning stuff out. Cleaning stuff out. When women are walking around tempting men with their clothing, do you see the tree? You see a chick walking by, you know she's dressing like this to tempt other men or trying to whatever she's doing. Do you look up into the sky where God is? Do you look at the tree where God is? Do you look at the ant, the roach, the bird? This is where God is. And so when you're in an urban environment and you say, I'm out here looking for God. No, do you see 99 cents off? That's what you're looking at. The bargain at the dollar store. Your eyes can't get off of it. All I see is 20% off, 10% off, 30% off. I'm out here. I say I'm looking for God, but I'm not looking. My eyes disagree with me. I'm looking for God, but my eyes are attracted to 20% off, scantily dressed women, a new car, food. My eyes are all over the place. How can I see God? So this first thing is, you as a teacher, you got to be willing to defy, that's the word, defy, the random urges of the flesh. Not just your urges, your fleshly urges. You got to satisfy your flesh. Don't get it twisted. The flesh will not be denied. But the random urges, you know, it's cold, so you move. It's hot, so you move. Some dude walks by, talking that talk. You as a woman getting all mushy. Oh, but you looking for God, right? You looking for God. But the dude comes by, you know, he's scantily dressed, muscular dude driving the Porsche. He's coming through. Hey, cutie, what are you doing? Hey, cutie, come on and get in this car with me. You like, okay. What are you looking for? Is your eyes betraying you or your ears betraying you? You see, I'm listening for God. Are you? Or are you listening to Hot 97? Whatever your radio station is. Whatever. What are you listening for? This goes to the next point of this sentence. Not only what are you listening for, because people are talking all types of stupid stuff too. Do you hear it? I mean, you can hear it, but are you listening to it? Hearing is a trait of the ear. Ears hear, but the mind listens. Are you listening to, there's no jobs out here for nobody. The economy is messed up. Black people are dying every day. The cops are killing black people randomly. The kids are crazy. They're stealing and robbing and crime is up. What are you listening to? Because whatever you listen to is going to become your reality. Are you listening for God or are you listening to CNN? This is where I'm just giving you this to give you some sort of parameter. Look at this. Here's the second one, okay? Let me do it. Let me refresh you. To be called teacher, one must successfully live and teach the gospel of hip hop. One must defy the random urges of the flesh. Secondly, speak productively. Do you hear that? Speak productively. To be a teacher, your speech has to be productive. You're encouraging people, starting with yourself. You don't speak negatively or destructively, I should say. Non-productive talk, which is usually gossip, slander, these things. You using your divine breath to trash somebody else, or to even put yourself down. I ain't nobody. I ain't this. I ain't that. That's non-productive speech too. You got to speak life into yourself and into other people. That's productive speech. Show the hope. Show the solution. That's what a teacher does. A teacher indicates, points out, instructs. With your productive voice, instruct a productive life. Instruct, point out the productive life and live it yourself. Help and give freely. That's charity. We have that in the divine performance, perform charity. Help and give freely. As a teacher, this is the character of a hip hop teacher. The character of a hip hop teacher is help. If you're not willing to help somebody, then don't take this on as a profession. Help. Help. Care. But to do that, sometimes you got to become a servant. Who wants to be the servant? Everybody wants to be the king. But who wants to be the servant? Well, the teacher teaches. To be a real teacher, you got to be a server. You got to be a servant. Or at least you got to know how to serve. Because you got to help. Help and give freely. Not begrudgingly. Freely give. Yo, take this. It's help. That's what every culture needs. Every culture does not need a selfish person or a group of selfish people. Cultures need people that help people. If a culture does not have doctors, teachers, like this, people that help the other people in the society, there's no society. There's no culture. Somebody has to care about the culture for the culture to exist. Everybody in a culture doesn't care about the culture. It's like living in the United States. Everybody don't give a fuck about this place, really. But there are some that go into government, and they supposed to care. You took a job. You say, I'm supposed to care about the country. So you specifically are supposed to care about this country. Same thing with a teacher. You are a teacher of hip hop. You're supposed to care about hip hop. You're supposed to want to help and give freely to hip hoppers and to your culture. Be unaffected by changing attitudes and conditions, meaning that we stick with our principles, we stick with the history that we know is our unifying language, and we don't move from that. Let me tell you how it goes right now. So many of the icons, like I said, many of the people that I cited as my direct teachers have also I felt was disrespectful to me in the past. But did I let my emotions get in the way? Well, only for 2 minutes, where I may have responded, fuck you too. But after that, I said, no, but I'm the teacher. It don't matter who's cursing me out. It don't matter who's not in support of our temple. It don't matter who's slandering and bad-mouthing me behind my back. If you are a legitimate fact in our culture, I'm only going to record the fact. I'm not going to record your attitude toward me. That's unprofessional. What's professional is, are we not the teachers of this culture? Yes, we are. Therefore, we are entrusted and ordained to write the real history, regardless as to whether we like you, don't like you, love you, hate you. You hate us. You love us. You're down with us. You're not down with us. None of that matters. What matters is be unaffected by changing attitudes and conditions. Stick with the principles. Stick with the tradition. Stick with the rituals. Stick with what we know hip hop to be. And that's regardless of the conduct of these icons. True pioneers of hip hop have already played themselves. You know that. You know it like I know it. True icons of hip hop are playing themselves right now as I speak to you. You know who I'm talking about. Those that I'm talking. You go online. I'm only speaking truth here. No disrespect. But look at the state of hip hop and the state of its pioneers and its founders and these people. Look at this and don't take KRS-One's opinion of this. Look for yourself. That's what a teacher does. A teacher doesn't always come with knowledge and information. Like we pointed out at the beginning of this study, a teacher points out, indicates, makes you aware of, instructs. This is a teacher. So I'm pointing out. It don't matter what these icons think of you. It don't matter if they disrespect you or respect you. It don't matter whether they praise you or diss you, slander you. You still have a job to do as a hip hop teacher. You have a work that's bigger than you and that icon or that pioneer. You writing for the future. You are empowering people you don't even know. Your work will not, the end of your work or the success of your work, you will not see it. But if you don't do this work now, others in the future are not going to see the success. They're not going to even be able to survive because we didn't do what we were supposed to do as hip hop's first teachers. See, keep in mind, we're the first teachers. So we fucked this up. We fucked it up for everybody. And to be honest with you, that's what a lot of hip hop's pioneers already did. Thank God for the temple of hip hop. And look at that. Thank God, thank God for the temple of hip hop. Where would hip hop be today if we relied only upon the reputation and character of hip hop's actual pioneers and founders and this kind of thing? Imagine if we had to rely on that. We couldn't. We'd have no power. We'd have no authenticity. We'd even be embarrassed. But thank God for the temple of hip hop and for the awareness that God gave us at the early days of hip hop. We knew all of this was going to happen, and so we prepared. So as a hip hop teacher, be unaffected by changing attitudes and conditions. And be content with the presence of God. You hear that? Be content with the presence of God. I know God is with me. God, I know you here. So you being here with, I'm good. I don't need more than God. Imagine, I point this out often. Look at this. If God is omnipotent, omnipresent, okay, God is the all, the unifier of reality and life, divine mind, okay? Look at this. If God is this, well, first of all, damn, you got me thinking of a whole bunch of stuff now. Because the first thing I want to say here is that, first of all, where is an omnipresent God not? If God is all, then God is hip hop. If God is not hip hop, then God is not all. And this is a controversial lesson because when we say God is all, you say, oh, God is Hitler. No. The Nazi party's not God. Until you ask a Nazi. And this is what hip hoppers have to think about too. What does your God look like to you? To be content with God. Well, listen, I'm sorry. let me come back to content with God. First thing I got off because I'm thinking about that. Like, what is God to you? But here's the thing, to be content with God. So imagine God is the all, God is omnipotent, God is everything. You need more than that? Look at the insanity of the greed. If you truly know, with no doubt in your mind, that you are walking with a divine force, what more do you need? This is what it means to be content with God. Content with God. I am content with God. God is all I need. That's it. What more do you need if you have the all? If you have all, what more do you need than all? In fact, if you have all and you still need more than all, you're never going to be satisfied. You have all. If you have everything, you still want something else? You're never going to be satisfied. That's why the God idea is such a great idea. Because once you know that you have it all, fear, greed, all that goes away. Fear and greed goes away. There is no fear. I'm with God. I will always have enough. I'm with God. Now, those without God have to fear. You have to. You have to move according to this world, or you're not going to survive. Remember, God is a privilege, not a right. To know God is a privilege. You walk a certain path. You walk above certain things. That's not a right. That's what Christians, they tell you, everybody, the Lord Jesus is with everybody. No, he's not. I spoke to Jesus the other day. He don't even like us. Okay, like, no, sorry. Let's get down to what is real. What is really, 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 really real. If God is in your life, what more do you need? But the real question is that God is not really in your life. So now you think you can't pay bills and you can't the car note and and these things are leading your life. But if you knew that God was leading your life, you're content with that. Even though the bills are piling up, I'm still content in God. Something's going to happen. And if you walk in this path, in the past, something did happen. You always have, see, God is no joke. You always have evidence with God. Always have evidence. Always have truth. Always have facts. The problem is we are denying fact, denying truth, and denying evidence. Now you with the devil. The minute you acknowledge the truth, you with God. And God is all you need. And the truth shall make us free. The truth. So while all these other people sit around talking only in their mind, you in your mind, I'm a hip hop teacher, but you can't put the weed down for 5 minutes? I'm a hip hop teacher. You can't put the Henny down for just a day. I'm a hip hop teacher, but you afraid? The bills are overwhelming you? Come on now. I'm a hip hop teacher. No, what kind of teacher are you? You're teaching $1 billion culture and you broke. What? No. This is not what we're supposed to be doing. Now, of course, at the beginning, we all got to learn. So there's an adjustment period. You know that. But when you've reached the level of teacher, that's what I'm talking about. Teacher. Like, as a student and apprentice, you're learning. So you got to learn all of this. Get content with God. Get your 9 elements together. Read your gospel. It's going to take some time for you to reach this level. But I'm telling you, with all respect, with all proof, evidence, so on, it's possible, y'all. It's possible. You can get here. KRS-One is not special in that way. Not in that way. There's other things that I could do that you can do. No doubt. But not this. Not this. This is about adopting a certain winning character within hip hop. Within hip hop. Wait till we're able to have other hip hoppers come and talk about their success and how they got to where they got. They're going to confirm the gospel of hip hop in every one of their testimonies. They didn't write the gospel. They don't even, probably even have one or read one. But the gospel's so true that any hip hopper can come to the temple and say, here's how I did it. Here's how I got to where I got. And you will find the evidence of that in that gospel of hip hop. You will find, they will tell, most hip hoppers will tell you, God, they will start and say, I ain't get here alone. Let me start with G-O-D. Because none of us can really explain how we got here. But we know we got here. Now, those that want to front on that, that's on y'all. But I'm not fronting on no G-O-D. I'm not fronting on God because I know how I got here. I always make the joke. You know, philosophers, you know, we love atheism. And then we'll get to a nice atheist argument. But I, KRS, don't have the privilege of believing in atheism. I don't have the privilege. God is real in my life. Or whatever this divine presence is real in my life. It's here with me now. So I don't know, you know, these others who may not know this or this, okay, do your thing. But the one thing we do have to know is that what you think about yourself can't just be in your head. It can't just be in your head. We got to see something of what you think of yourself in the physical world. Can we see it? Can we see it on you or based on what you're doing in your environment? But to say I'm a hip hop teacher and there's no criteria for you, you just said I am. That ain't no hip hop teacher. I don't even know what that is. What is that? That's just a fool saying I'm a teacher. Along with a lot of other MCs. I saw the looks on people's faces yesterday. I didn't know if you saw it yesterday. I was kind of showing off. I got up there, you know, in Philly, and Philly's an MC town. Okay, don't play with Philly when it comes to that mic. I saw all type of MCs in there. People crowding around. You know, and they got gritty face on, like, yeah, who this dude, old school KRS? He think he are. Let me see. I put a foot up their ass. By the time I finished, they was screaming. Okay, they couldn't take it. They couldn't take it. But I was kind of showing off too, because I knew what Philly was about. So I'm like, let me give these dudes that shit real quick. Like, let me give it to you. But that attitude, what I'm trying to say, is that attitude is the attitude of a teacher. That's hip hop's cultural attitude. You can't read about this. You got to hear me. You got to see me. That's the transmission of culture. Even like right now, you're seeing how I'm talking. You seeing where I'm at. You seeing what it is. That's the transmission of culture. That's the transmission. But there yesterday, no, we was cultural right there. And I said, nah, come on. I'm the best in the world. Chuck D said it. So let me come up here and get it off for y'all right quick. And I got it off for them. They mouths were open. Like, oh, shit. And I kept saying over and over again, they put the teacher on last because I'm trying to raise your consciousness before we get out of here. And they ate up every word. They was gone with it, okay? That was Philly just yesterday. Just yesterday. I bring that up because your hip-hop teacher is active in hip-hop. Well, you got these teachers that are teaching in universities or wherever, And you go up to them and say, yo, show me your black book. None. Do you write graffiti? No, I don't. Yo, you spit rhymes? You got rhymes? Spit some rhymes. Nah, I don't rhyme either. Or if they do rhyme, they spit their rhyme. It's corny. Straight up. Rhyme is whack. Here's some DJ equipment, whether it be Serato, CDJ, turntable, whatever. Here's some DJ equipment. Rock this party real quick. Nah, G, I don't do that. Ha, 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 ha. How you teaching? How? You a hip hop teacher? Let me see your breaking moves. Let me see your popping. Can you impress me with the popping right now? I know this dude named Pop Master Fables. And can you do what he does? Let me see it. I know a group called the Wonder Twins. They part of the temple too. Can I see what you doing? Nah, G, you know, back in the days I was the dub, but today I'm Doob Doob. Nope. Sorry, you're not a hip hop teacher. If you have not mastered at least one of hip hop's 9 elements, how could you say you are an expert at this, a teacher of this? And this is what we're dealing with. This is what I'm talking to you about. This is what our lesson is today. The protection of the hip hop teaching profession. What I'm pointing out to you is what a real hip hop teacher is. Real one is. And I'm not allowing these institutions to just come in now that it's profitable to teach hip hop. You're just gonna come in and rape our culture like you did breaking, which is now in the Olympics. Nobody asked for that. Now shout out to the breakers that are in the Olympics. I know they are probably ecstatic. And it's a nice move too, I can't front. It's a nice move for breaking to be in the Olympics. But when we're talking about our culture and how people just be taking stuff and exploiting, well, the Olympics is the same way. Same way, same exploiters, same situation. And here's the breakers who, like us as rappers, when the record companies came, we signed the contract. And just went in. We signed the contract and just went for it. All of us got ripped off. Now you see, now the breakers, they doing the same thing. And again, as MCs, we didn't have no other way. How else was we supposed to get money? How was we supposed to get our voice out? How was we supposed to propagate the culture? We took these horrible ass record deals, knew we were getting ripped off, but we loved the culture so much, we just was happy to be the culture and do what we do. And any little scraps we get, we're gonna make the best of it. That is rap music. Now here comes breaking. How they supposed to eat? How they supposed to propagate breaking or speak on behalf of hip hop as culture if they don't have some kind of platform, mainstream platform? Well, the Olympics is about as mainstream as you can get. And to have breaking as part of the Olympics? That's dope. That's dope. But not as the exploitation of our culture. And that's why the Temple of Hip Hop exists. We exist so that B-boys and B-girls can go into the Olympics without hip hop being exploited. Without somebody's voice saying, yo, this is what this means over here. Now, whether you ignore us or not, at least a powerful, loud voice said it. So you can ignore it if you want. But at least the founders and architects of the culture said it. Say it. We said it. Now, if you want to defy that and leave that alone, that's on you. If you want to ignore that and act like we don't exist, that's on you. But you're the criminal. You're the thief. You're the exploiter. You're the slaver, not us. And this is the point. What role do you play in hip hop's real culture? This is the gospel. This is the gospel. And what is the gospel of hip hop? It is an attitude. Y'all didn't hear it. I know I keep putting up a book and I say, this is the gospel. I know that's kind of misleading, right? Because it says clearly right here on white paper with black print. And what is the gospel of hip hop? It is an attitude, a behavior, a habitual habit, habitual style of living that has caused peace and prosperity in KRS-One's life. That's what the guy, and look at this. I specifically put in KRS-One's life. What is the gospel? It's my documentation of my beautiful life. A life that I know can be shared with others. A life that I discovered while being hip hop. I discovered this life while being hip hop, not by being black. I have a black life, matters. I have a black life, it matters. But the one you talking to right now is hip hop. I didn't get the African American award. I got the hip hop award. I didn't go to an African American school. I went to the Temple of Hip Hop. I didn't go to African American record company. I signed to Jive Records. Okay, this is what it is. Now, of course, I'm grateful to be African American and I love my black people. But you know damn well what hip hop is all about. We ain't got no race here, no ethnicity, no culture, nothing. Try telling that. Try speaking race to the people in Europe, okay, or Africa. And matter of fact, both of them. Because Africans are in Europe and Europeans in Africa, okay? And China's in both, okay? And I'm talking about hip hop, not just their governments, okay? I'm talking about hip hop. African b-boys competing with South American b-boys. European MCs competing with Caribbean MCs. In fact, you go to England, you can't tell them they're not in the Caribbean. Them dudes got snow on the ground every day. But that's Jamaica. Okay. In London, if it ain't Jamaica, it's Ghana or it's India. Okay. Ain't nothing English about England. Okay. So I don't know what you get over there. You know, yeah, you'll see some eggs and you know, the beans, the English breakfast, you know, Earl Grey tea and all that bullshit. You'll see that. But you start walking around the street, nah, there's like 100 cultures in London. And hip hop is enjoying that. Enjoying it. It's nothing in England to see a Sikh brother, a Sikh, you know, with the turban on the head and all that, spitting rhymes. And dope. He passed the mic to somebody else. It might have nothing to do with religion even. Like a Sikh raps, gets it off, and passes it to a construction worker, some dude that just got off work. He just happened to be in the play. He went, yo, let's get it. And they together, hunched up, okay, like, yo, a Sikh and a construction worker. Like, that's hip hop. That's hip hop. We don't care what your gender is. We don't care what your sexual orientation is. Get on the fucking floor and start breaking. That's it. Okay. Well, I'm this. I'm gay. Who gives a fuck? Start rapping. Okay. We don't care about all that. I'm black. I'm white. I'm Republican. I'm shut the fuck up. Get on the goddamn floor. Let me see your black book. Okay, that's what we do. That's the only blackness around here is your black graffiti book. Okay, can I see that? That's going to determine to me your ethnicity. I don't see black, white, red, yellow. Those are colonial designations for slaves. I don't see that. B-boy, MC, graffiti writer, DJ. Beatboxer. Oh, I see that. Oh, I see that. Yes, I do. Yes. So I'm waving the Confederate flag, and I really believe in Andrew Jackson, and I want to. That's your problem. Spit that rhyme. That's it. And believe, there's some mad dudes out here with the Confederate flag flying that has the dopest lyrics or breaking moves or dope graffiti writers, tattoo artists, and so on. They claim hip hop to the fullest. Okay, flying the Confederate flag though. Can you deal with that? That's how large our culture is. Can you deal with that? You know, politically, okay, I will probably be called an independent politically. All Democrats rap, all Republicans are breakers, all Democrats are graffiti artists, all Republicans are DJs. What do we do with that? Democrat, Republican fighting against themselves all day, every day. Country can't get nothing done because these idiots can't get it together. Hip hop is above all of that. What if we got it together? Think about that for a minute. Trump supporters are hip hop. Think about that for a minute. Whether you're a Trump supporter or not, millions of people that support Trump also support hip hop. And I'm not just talking about just listening to rap music. These are the people that grew up in the culture too. 40-year-old white man, kids, 50-year-old white woman, kids. You grew up with Public Enemy. You grew up with KRS. You know who Queen Latifah is. That's not on your mind. That's not, no, I can walk into the Republican convention right now and watch them fan the fuck out. Okay. I can walk in right now. KRS-ONE, I walk in right now. They gonna bug out because it's the culture. It has nothing to do with these labels. Democrat, Republican, cop, robber. Like, get out of here. Yesterday, Beanie Siegel was on the stage, all type of gangster lyric out his mouth, gun out, crack sold, dude's dead. The cops are singing along with him. The Philadelphia cops, they up there like, yeah. I saw Freeway was like, he threw the song on, even though what we do is wrong. I got my gat popping and my heat start going and the ride start running. Cops, Glock on the side, fully uniform. They like, and the gat keep going and my heat start clocking it. Whole place. There were no cops. There was no councilman. There was no EMS. There was nothing but hip hop.
Everybody said, I'm going to rob me a person.
And everybody said, I'm going to rob me a person. Everybody. Rob me a person? The councilman was on the stage. I'm going to rob me a person. Chief of police. This woman came over. She was the chief. I don't know if you saw the chief of police. A black woman, braided hair, had a red shirt on. Cop to the man. She was a sheriff. She's a sheriff. She said she's the first sheriff of Philadelphia in 181 years. The first black sheriff. Black, not woman. She's a female, she's a woman. She didn't even put that on it. She just said the first black sheriff in 181 years. Philadelphia. She running up on me, saying, I want to hear black cop. No, you can't make this up. And I refuse to lie with the gospel in my hand. I refuse. This is the truth. She ran right up on me. Yo, you doing black cop? She the sheriff. She even said, I got a badge for you. She said, you got to come back. I'll give you the badge. I was like, you going a little too fast. Let me get out of here. Okay. I ran from this woman. Okay. We took a few photos. I was like, this shit is too crazy because this is hip hop. This is hip hop. And you said it right. When the heat start going and the rhymes start going, I'm a rock me a person. And they turned it down.
He stopped. He didn't
even say it. He didn't even say it. They turn, you get that, you throw down the music so the crowd can say it. Everybody in that place said, I'm gonna rob me a person.
Muslims, Kufi,
Nation of Islam. They was out. And the heat started going and the rhymes started going. Yo, I saw all my brothers out there. FOI was out. Okay. The Quran was swinging. Okay. Out there. It was all hip hop. It was all hip hop. And that's what we saw of our culture in the city of brotherly love last night. It was all hip hop. And this is what we also are seeing. We saw it in New York. We saw it in New York. We saw it everywhere we went, where we have these outdoor festival events. And when you outdoors, you get to see the community. You get to see what it is. Now, of course, the cops that were stationed there, they probably were hip hop themselves. There's obviously other cops out there that avoided that whole shit because they did not want to be part of that. And also their attitude. The black woman sheriff probably said, no, not you, you. And not you, and made it what it was. But it was an amazing scene. I'm glad you brought that up yesterday because Beanie Siegel had even raw rhymes. They knew everything he said. Okay, Beanie Siegel in Philly. First of all, they were the true headliners. I know why they put me on last, and it was appropriate. But they from Philly, and they were performing. I was like, no, why am I going on after them? They from Philly. They should have at least been the headliners in cultural perspective.
I don't think Beanie would have.
No, but Beanie himself and Freeway himself, they didn't want it. They went on exactly where they went on at, and that was a perfect way. But I just thought to myself, we're in Philly, they should have been the headliners. But no, but they were. They actually were. Everybody in Philly knew their rhymes. I was impressed with their performance. It was dope. Freeway, like you said, Freeway got on, did his thing. Everybody, but they knew everybody's lyrics. And to be honest with you, you brought up Freeway. I was looking at the cops was singing to Beanie Siegel's lyrics. Okay, they were out there. These cops, men, women, white, black, Latino. They was just out there, okay, and singing to this dude's lyrics. And here we are, and here's Black Cop. Here's Mr. Black Cop. Here's Sound of the Police, which I don't do these songs in open air like that, out in the street like that. But now the cops are requesting. They're requesting, yo, you gonna do Black Cop? I want to hear that. Yo, you want to do? They said in the lyrics, they said, what have we become then? What have we really, really become? What has really transpired and taken place here? And this is what I impress upon you guys as we close this now. We've been talking for 4 hours. I'm gonna close this down now. That first of all, what is today's lesson? The protection of the hip hop teaching tradition. Anybody who claims to be a hip hop teacher, show them this video right here. This is not a disrespect to anybody. In fact, this is a thank you to those who teach hip hop for a living, those who would like to teach hip hop for a living, those that try to educate young people or any people on the realness of our culture, the realness of the community of hip hop. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I would hope that the Temple of Hip Hop and what we teach here will empower you and make you more legitimate and also raise your value as a hip hop teacher. Like I said, there's no way that hip hop is $1 billion culture and then its teachers have to struggle to pay mortgage and car note and child care. That don't make no sense. Well, we are not living like that. Here at the Temple of Hip Hop, we practice health, love, awareness, and wealth. And the key part here is all of it as an attitude. Health, love, awareness, wealth. They work together. This word here, wealth, though, is not riches. Wealth is well-being. Well-being includes money. But well-being has to do with being content. We ended off with God is the ultimate contentment. If you have a relationship with the all of the universe, then what more do you need? What more do you need? You don't need any more. It's insanity. It's greed. It's over the top. It's evil. And so we bring you to the attention of what a real hip hop teacher is. I was going to read the whole of 4, but you got the gospel. Read it for yourself. The key part was right here, to be honest with you, just in paragraph 41. I only read one paragraph. Maybe I'll follow up later on. But I pretty much made the point, though. I made the point. I did read this other part here. Such a lifestyle should not be compared to any other. The gospel of hip hop is a repeated behavior. The gospel of hip hop teaches the cultural and spiritual principles of a peaceful and prosperous hip hop life. Like anything, to be truly successful at what is taught here, you must bring your whole being to it. That's the truth. We live out not so much the gospel of hip hop even, because this is a documentation of a life. It's a documentation of an attitude, of a behavior. And when you adopt that attitude and that behavior, you receive the experience of that doctrine or of that attitude, of that behavior. In this case, of this book. And that's what I'm trying to impart to all hip hop teachers. Real empowerment, real empowerment. The empowerment that I'm experiencing right now. Like I said, we teach in real time. If I'm not successful at my own teachings, what am I teaching you? And this is not even about celebrity. Success as a celebrity is not success. Success as the teacher is the success. And what is success as the teacher? It is to defy the random urges of the flesh, speak productively, help and give freely, and be unaffected by the changing attitudes and conditions of people, places, so on, and be content with the presence of God. This is the gospel of hip hop. This is what we teach. This is what a real hip hop teacher is. At least this is the foundations of one. Every philosopher doesn't talk like Aristotle or Rene Descartes or Francis Bacon, but you're still a philosopher. These philosophers rest at the foundation of Western philosophy. So to know a little bit about what they're about and what they do and so on will help you as a philosopher. But as a philosopher, you are a seeker of truth, not a seeker of Aristotle or what Spinoza said. You are a seeker of truth. So you use that as a foundation, just like this. You are a seeker of truth. So you use the gospel as a foundation, a foundational character and attitude. It puts your foot on the right path. But you yourself are going to have to create the hip hop teacher that you are. You're going to have to specialize in certain skills, certain lesson plan that you want to teach, the things that you express. I'm a master of MCing, but others are masters of graffiti art, masters of breaking, masters of DJing and so on, masters of street fashion. So become the master teacher of one of hip hop's 9 elements or more. And you'll see your value in this culture. You'll see your value raised. And so that's the lesson, y'all. That's the lesson. That's the lesson. I'm here with G. Simone. I'm here with Minister Sun One. I'm here with Minister Joey, true hip hopper. And I'm here with you. And I hope you got this lesson and you know what it is now, what a real hip hop teacher is. And I would hope to see you at 55 Ludlow Street, Ludlow, Ludlow, Ludlow Street, 55 Ludlow Street, Newark, New Jersey. We're asking for your support. We're asking for your help, whether it's financial donations or you volunteer your services. Both are valuable to us and we appreciate your support. I thank you in advance for that. I'm KRS-ONE, teacher of the Temple of Hip Hop. As you know, let me give the last 5, 10 minutes, 3 minutes actually, if we're coming up on the 4-hour mark. Let me turn that over to Sun One for our closing remarks. Peace and much love.
Peace and much love, everybody. Please excuse the sideburns. I see they flowing right now, but it is what it is. We all family here. I just want to say to all, because we're talking to teachers of hip hop, and the Temple of Hip Hop is open. Well, we're modeling the Temple of Hip Hop currently right now. That if your aim is to teach hip hop, you'll find much more validation coming through the Temple of Hip Hop, or an authenticity coming through the Temple of Hip Hop. We are those who have raised up, promoted, and helped build the culture of hip hop in the minds of the people all over the world. You know the timeline. Stop the violence. All in the same game. Human education against lies. I am hip hop. The Temple of Hip Hop. The Hip Hop Declaration of Peace. At least over 20 proclamations through the years. The organizing and orchestrating of hip hop's 50th anniversary. This is the Temple of Hip Hop. And I know that there are those who have claimed affiliation with us, have used our logos and this, that, and the third in the past. And that's a different conversation. But again, the truth won't be denied, because we know who's who and we know who's done what. And you definitely can't claim the Temple of Hip Hop fraudulently. You ain't got this. You don't know this. You haven't, and we've reached out to most people who have come in our name, trying to declare something about the Temple of Hip Hop, and tried to work with them, actually, and have found it very difficult. And these type of people exist in our culture too, and we recognize and know this. But it is a new day, because the Temple of Hip Hop actually does have a physical edifice, in order to teach within. And of course, the gospel still remains true. The Temple of Hip Hop is not a physical building. The Temple of Hip Hop is really within us. It is us. That is the temple. The inner temple is the real temple. We're not attached to any physical space. Temple of Hip Hop, like hip hop, is a shared idea amongst like-minded individuals that come together that wish to promote health, love, awareness, and wealth, peace, love, unity, joy, and safely having fun. This is what the Temple of Hip Hop is about. And it's also about making sure that nobody can just come in and act like they did work that they did not do. And again, we love the fact of those who have taken the time out of their life to promote hip hop and teaching in any shape, form, or fashion, even if the direction of your teaching was just about dates and artifacts. We appreciate that in itself, but again, we have organized, and you cannot supersede or go around our organizing of hip hop and doing the work that hip hop needed in order to become organized, that is causing governments, whole governments, to recognize hip hop and hip hop's existence. Presidents have done it in other countries. I believe the president of Brazil has recognized hip hop and hip hop's birthday, August 11th, and its anniversary in actual history, in world history that can't be changed, can't be erased. And so, what we've done in our actions cannot be removed or erased too. So now is the time to really, if need be, apologize, and move forward with us in unity. And let's build what we're supposed to build together. But again, if that can't happen, then it is what it is. I did just want to read a quick part from The Great Event, Our God, The Great Event, page 621, track 2. This is one of the first things that I read in the Temple of Hip Hop building, 55 Ludlow, Newark, New Jersey, 07114. Just to share with you, because again, the gospel of hip hop asks you, what's your purpose? And on page 621, if you haven't figured out your purpose, this is your purpose, especially if you are advanced enough to recognize that you're within God and that God is the reality itself. I'm gonna start actually at 106 real quick. I'm gonna try to read fast without much explanation. Here we go. If there is one solution to humanity's problem of disunity, betrayal, and temptation, it is that we must return to God. We must return to our God state of being. God is a human concept freely given to the world by enlightened human minds. And it is this concept that we must reclaim again by reaffirming our identity as gods. The question is, are you African, Asian, European, Indian, indigenous, or are you fully human? Are you a god? Are you black or are you human? Are you white or are you human? Do you live in a house, a home, a city, a nation, or do you live in God? God does not live in the spirit realm. God is the spirit realm itself. Human beings are actually spirit beings, and the realm in which we live is God. Your reality is a reflection as to what your mind is doing with its access to God. Study this carefully. The truth is that you have come into this dimension for the sole purpose of becoming God. And if you notice, this has been our only crime throughout world history. This has been the one criticism of those who wish to exploit our resources and enslave our children. They say, "Who are you to call yourself God?" And the reply is always the same. Is it not written in your gospel that we are gods, that we belong to God? And if we belong to God, then we are from God. We are God's gods. For only God's own can refuse God. Only God's gods can accept God. Only gods can communicate directly with God. For once you know who you belong to and who really cares for you, you rush to be with such a love. But if you don't know who you belong to, insecurity, anger, and continuous worry are almost inevitable. So who and what do you belong to? Wake up. Wake up, hip hop You are only a young and an inexperienced God. Your only enemy is ignorance, and your only friend is knowledge. This is the truth. What stated you the fourth century, and the force, that force, God. It is time for you to accept the very presence of God. Know this. You are God in God. You are co-creator in the creation. You have the power and the authority to create, recreate, and change your reality at any time. This is your stolen legacy. You can become whoever or whatever you have the will to accept. You are truly a universal being. Just think, you are not just a girl or a boy. You are also a woman or a man. And you are not just a woman or a man, you are also spirit. And you are not just spirit, you are also God. And you are not just God, you are God's. You belong to God, the light of eternal being. Thank you for joining us again. This is the Temple of Hip Hop. The Temple of Hip Hop is a hip hop preservation ministry, archive, school, and society. We believe that the best way to preserve hip hop is to preserve you, the actual hip hopper. Peace and much love. I am Minister Sungwon.